What's up, everybody? Welcome to the FU Podcast. This is episode 213. It is July 16th, 2024. We have a very special guest today. She needs no introduction because she's pretty much been in my life, majority of it.
Years.
Let's
not age ourselves.
20 plus years.
I know.
I know, it's crazy. Well, welcome, Jackie. Jackie is our guest for today.
What's up?
And she also snagged the host chair.
I did. I'm just making myself. This is main character energy right here. I don't even need to do anything. I just am.
Rolled out the red carpet and bam.
Here I am.
There you are. Glad you can make it.
Blow around me. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. I'm
Yeah.
glad you can be here.
Well, this is going to be really fun.
All right, so tell me, like you said, there's a lot of stuff that's happened lately, right?
Yeah.
And so I'll kind of, you'll spill the tea, I'll spill the tea, and then we'll work, what I was telling her earlier, we'll Tarantino style this, where we talk about what's going on currently, and then we'll kind of give you the backdrop and give you the story and the basics and all that sort of stuff, and then we'll elaborate from there. So we're kind of going back forth kind of thing. Works great in directing, producing. We'll try it on the podcast too, might as well.
You're used to. I just talk whenever I want. That's my problem.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with it. You're on the right platform.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, so tell me, like you literally messaged me at like I don't even remember 10 or 11 o'clock at night on a school night.
Yeah. There's none of those anymore. I'm so old.
Uh,
I was like, when are we doing this? Are we doing the lake? Where are we going? When's the kangaroo coming over? You name it. How do I get a pet raccoon? It's the most random thing.
I don't know if raccoons are legal. I think certain cities have ordinances against them. So, like, perfect example here, you can't have any swine, which means you can't have any potbelly pigs. No type of pig at all.
Not even the little baby one?
Nope, nothing. So you got to check your city because each city's weird and different. And I just found out, I've lived here, mind you, I've lived in this house for 20 years in November.
Yeah.
Like legit 20 years.
Wow.
And I just found out that you're supposed to register your your dogs.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I was only told you only needed to register if you have a pit bull. Like,
oh.
They're telling me, no, you got to register like every animal you have. I'm like,
what? I've never.
Why?
I mean, I put
what the
mine
fuck
on
business is it the city?
Yeah, I put mine on my apartment complex. I know a guy in Houston that has a tiger.
What?
Mm-hmm.
We need a tiger.
I know.
So my ultimate goal is to have legitimate backyard like safari, and then I just started getting into what's called a pond pool.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a pool that has fish in but you can still swim.
Okay.
And I'm like going, that would be fucking awesome. I want to swim with some sharks, bitch.
You have like someone over that you don't like, be like, "Where's the barracudas?"
Right? Hey, be careful! I'll throw you in with the piranhas.
Watch out for that one. Is there jellyfish in here? Who wants to?
No, it's jellyfish free. We don't want the sting.
Yeah, no. So wait, you have the pool there.
Yeah.
So you'll still be able to swim, but have other fish in there.
Right, like have fish in it. Because right now it's nothing. But it was a saltwater pool. I've had like 3 companies come out, and I'm just like, dude, like, I've had actually out of the 4 companies I've contacted, I've only had 1 actually come out, and then they were trying to charge me like I think it was like $750.
Oh my goodness.
To wire 3 wires, and I'm like going, you're telling me a job that's going to take 10 minutes, you're going to charge me $750? I go, you've lost your fucking mind.
No, YouTube that. You like how to do this. I'll figure it out.
Well, that's the problem is whenever somebody disconnected the last pump. So I had my brother-in-law who brought a pump, and when he tried to hook it up and run it, it ran for like 2 days, and then like it just stopped working.
Oh no!
Because it was so my pool was used to having like a 2.5, 3 horsepower. He brought a 1 horsepower. It actually was less than 1 horsepower. And I told him, I'm like, dude, that's like not going to be enough to push this volume of water. And he's like, oh, it's fine. And then, like, it literally ran for like an hour, and then it just stopped.
Pools are always so much like maintenance, and then hot tubs always break down. Always, it never fails.
It depends. Are we talking about like the freestanding fiberglass hot tubs, or are we talking about the ones that are built into the?
Both. My parents have had a hot tub in their backyard. I think it broke in the first 2 years, and they just fixed it. And then when I've gone on vacation, and every cabin usually has a hot tub they break.
Especially if you go to like Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Like
Broken Bow.
Broken Bow, yes.
They just got fixed. It's like, why do they break so easily?
Hey, we need to schedule it. We need to have a Broken Bow.
I'm doing a girls' river trip in August. Like, cannot wait.
Oh my god! How do I join?
The last time I went on the river, I used to go to Austin to float the river every year for my birthday, and we would be like slapping the bag and pull up in the cove.
So just so y'all know, slapping the bag means like you bring basically a wine, one of those box wine,
Zinfandel, the classy stuff.
And they call it slapping the bag because you're literally carrying around
you pull up
a bladder
cove in the middle of the river. And just hang out and slap the back.
So if somebody talking to you out there, all you inventors and everything else, if you could make a refillable vacuum bag like that you can put your own drinks, beverages in it, but it's still sealed.
You can do that. You can go on cruises.
How? in the bladder?
No, like they have. Well, you can order these things on Amazon, which is Amazon Prime Day today, by the way.
Oh, I know. Shit,
and
I gotta.
They have
today's the last
sizes.
day of it, isn't it?
16, 17.
Okay, good.
They have different sizes. You can fill it up with whatever and then seal it.
Oh, it's like a flask, basically, like
a plastic flask.
Okay,
you just get one of those bad boys.
But I want the one with the pour spout. Like the cool thing about those bags is got the little pour spout.
I wonder if one of those vacuum suction bags could like.
Here we are over here inventing. Like we're gonna create this fucking thing.
If you can like enclose one of those other bags with an iron or something.
So you remember those?
Maybe you could put one of those little.
You remember those
things on a vacuum bag?
Avery self-healing boards.
Mm-hmm.
What if you did something like that you could puncture it, pour it, and then it would self-heal?
Oh, whoa.
All right, all my people in China, are you listening? Get working on it.
We're like going to invent 5 different things. You're already an inventor. You already have several things you've invented, which is cool.
Yeah. I have a few patents in my name, a couple which have expired, which kind of sucks, and it costs a whole lot of money to re-up on your patents and shit like that. Most people don't realize like it's a lot of money, and then not only that, like if the government declares your patent as some kind of a national security or something that they could use for defense, they will basically deny you the patent, and then they will take your patent.
Rude.
And then they will do whatever they want.
Rude. I invented something when I was younger. Well, I guess I was just after college, and I never told anyone. I told a few people, and finally it's come out, but it was a toilet chair. And my ex-boyfriend would sit on the toilet for hours. Like he would be in the bathroom for he'd be in the bathroom for like 30 minutes sometimes.
So okay,
like 2 hours.
Let's elaborate on this, because I've had girls that thought I was cheating on them because I was like literally in the bathroom for like 30 minutes. I go, when I'm hanging around you, when do you ever see me check emails? When do you ever see me respond to this, that, and the other? I go,
right.
Think about that.
Yeah.
I run companies. There has to be some time that I'm communicating with these people.
Let me tell you something, okay? If there is, on my social media, if there is like reel after reel after reel posted, I'm in the bathroom. This is my time. This is my time. You know.
Oh, everybody, the secret is out.
But the toilet chair, because he was in there for so long.
So yeah, describe me this toilet chair. Like, what is it? It's not like a squatty potty. Like, what is it?
It's not functioning toilet, but you could put like storage, like blankets or something, in the bottom of the toilet, and like maybe magazines or pillows in the top part where people do the whole like poop in it if they're mad at you. What is that called?
Yeah, you're talking about the tank. Tank with the flap and all that stuff. Yeah.
But like it's cushioned. It's a cushioned toilet chair. So you have like arms, and you have like a.
Also, it's like a lazy boy of fucking toilets.
And you're just hanging out, yeah, because it's toilets are kind of comfortable to sit on. You just don't use them on the toilet chair. But if you can sit on the toilet for an hour or two, why can't you just make it a chair? And I'm telling you, celebrities buy some weird stuff.
Yeah, they do.
There was a toilet chair I found like a couple years ago.
Now, does it have a recliner? Can I like pull a lever and then like my feet go up and then I can recline poop?
Make like a squatty potty toilet chair, but
like a reverse squatty potty. I want to lay down.
We're not napping on the toilet.
I mean, I could put a mask on. I could take a nap.
But
Or maybe I got one of those VR headsets. I'm watching a movie.
You know what's going down in there. No. But I was like, people are on them for so long. Why not just
They
make them
are.
comfortable and chill?
Yeah.
And celebrities will pay $1,000 for them. And I saw one on the internet because I looked it up every few years. Is this invented yet? Because I never did it.
Uh-huh.
And there was a toilet chair that was like $5,000. I was like, what? Why did I not do this?
Right.
It's such a thing. And I mean, I don't have to worry about anyone stealing my idea now because they have one out. But that was my idea. That was my only invention ever.
Aw.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it seems like almost every night, like I sit down, like decompress from work and everything else, and like all of a sudden I'll watch something, and then it like sparks an idea, and then and that's what started the whole Devin Vincianism type thing, which is funny because I saw in your bio the whole Jackieism, and I was like, man, I've had Devinisms for going on for like 15 plus years.
So my Jackieisms are probably way different. Well, they are not probably. They are way different than your Devinisms.
I would love to hear like
your Devinisms are like things that make you like thought provoking. They make you really think, which I love.
Right, because it can be depending on your circumstance in life. It could pertain to you, or it may not pertain to you today, but maybe another day.
Yeah. So my Jackieisms are things that my friends have saved or remembered, stupid things that I said that were just like one of those things where you're like, what the fuck, Jackie?
What was the thing at the lake? What was it?
God, what was it? But I don't know. I was but here's one. Okay, so here's an example. Just popped in my head. So I was at a concert with my buddy. We went to, oh God, we've been to so many. But I was wearing the new viral Tactic skirt with the high slit, super cute. And I had this top on that was, it was kind of like this kind of, but it was leopard, and the front was total boobage, like open. I had like a circle right here, and like there's like.
I'm surprised you're being very conservative today.
Well, I came from work, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I look very professional, which I got a lot of compliments on today. I was like, I know I'm professional. But no, this was like super open, and I had a vest on too. So from the back, I'm like, Johnny, I'm walking. I'm like, from the back, I look like a Mormon, and from the front, I look like a hoe. And he's like writing that down.
That's hilarious.
That's a Jackieism. The things that I say. Okay. Just like, wait, where did this come from? And then
you remember Let It Dangle?
Oh God, yeah.
At the lake? Yes.
Me and Skylar were just talking about that today.
I was like, dude, that will forever be ingrained. Like that day, that phrase.
That's right. I was
the dangling,
like the lily pad, and I was like, you know what? So nice. And it's one of those moments you just want to freeze in time. You're like, yes, I'm so happy.
That one was like that whole experience with you and your friends. It was like the best. Yeah, it was. I was like, literally, that was probably one of the best days I've ever had on the lake. Like it was, there was no drama. It was all fun. It was all just like the Jackieisms and yeah.
But no, we were hanging out by the lily pad, and I'm tall. I'm tall as fuck. I'm like 5'10", and I wear heels all the time. Yeah. And it's just cool because all you shorties get to sit on these chairs and just hang your feet, and it's just so nice because you don't feel the weight of your massive legs. So I was like on this lily pad, and I'm like, man, this just feels so nice, and I'm just like dangling. And I was like,
just dangling.
Okay, let's dangle, y'all. And that's like now our thing.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, what are you gonna do this weekend? We're gonna go dangle.
Yeah.
Let's go dangle.
No, like that was like, and it was funny when I was doing your bio and stuff, and I was like, oh yeah, we actually just recently had one.
You text and you're like, this is the best bio ever. Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, it was. It was like, I mean, we've gotten, I don't even know, like 40 or 50 bios and stuff like that. And I was like reading hers, and I'm just like, oh my God, this podcast is going to be awesome.
Yeah. I was like, boobs. Oh yeah, boobs. Did I mention I like boobs?
And I was like, did a guy write this or?
Well, when I was at SFA, I worked at Hotel Fredonia, one of the oldest hotels in Texas. And I did like a little bit of everything. I did cocktail waitressing. I did valet. I was like the only girl who knew how to drive a Standard, and so I always got those customers. And then I also did like banquets and stuff like that. And at this hotel, like there was a lot of landmen that would be there, and just they'd be there for weeks, or months. And they stood at the bar, and if we were slow, we just kind of chat with them.
Yeah.
And they would, I was like their therapist, essentially, at that point. Like, can you talk to my wife? Can you talk to my girlfriend? Like, you guys, you need to talk to them because I'm big on communication and healthy relationships.
I mean, communication is key no matter if it's a relationship, whether it's a platonic or a, or whether it's business, personal or business. That's what I was trying to get at. Because like communication, like business, like that's where shit gets dropped. That's when expectations don't get met, and yada yada. And it works the same way. And that's always been my biggest problem, is because I always kind of associate relationships like I do businesses. Like I can run some fucking businesses.
Like you're spending your life with that person. Well, depending on
but it's like it's an investment, right? So it's like, is it a good investment? Is this going to be fruitful? Am I gonna generate profit or a better life? Let's put it. It's not necessarily about the money. It's, am I going to be in a better position in life by making this decision?
Yeah. Can you add to my life?
Exactly.
Boom.
Or are you subtracting? Are you taking away? Exactly. Are you the anchor that's drowning?
Exactly. Yeah.
So that's like the catch, and that's like the hardest thing is that finding that balance. And then also coming from a business side of things, it's like you look at ROI, you look at KPIs, you look at all these acronyms that people are like, what the fuck is he talking about? He's speaking.
So who you're with though should make you a better person.
Should.
And not only in your personal life, but in business too.
Yeah.
They should push you to have ambition and meet your goals and be your biggest supporter.
So let's dive into that. Let's explore this a little further. Oh, by the way, Judy says, show me them dangle pics.
Judy, I'll show you some dangle pics, baby. I got you, girl.
She likes
different kind of dangle pics though, girl. I love Judy. She is literally one of my favorite people.
That's awesome. Where's she from? Is she local or is she?
Yeah, she's pretty local. She was a big dog lover like me, and we would go play bingo and listen to live music. She loved Bailey.
I remember when you got into bingo, I was just like, what?
Yeah, I love bingo. It's so
like
fun.
You're so high energy and so like don't want to say loud, like because that could be misinterpreted, but like you're not that quiet person sitting in a corner.
Yeah.
And that's usually what bingo.
I used to go play bingo in Grapevine for dates. They would have like open mic night, and then they would have bingo nights. And I'm like, yo, you want to go play bingo? I got some daubers for you. Like, let's go.
I almost want to go with you just because like I want to experience it.
So Grapevine used to, I don't know if they still have it, but they used to have a night at Chill in Grapevine, and it was bullshit bingo.
Really?
And they would yell like before, and you'd go and after, and they'd have all these things, and they like I-9, or they'd say something and you'd be like tits, and if you were the first person to say yell out whatever it was they were going to say, you get like a free shot, or you get a gift.
Okay, I like this kind of bingo. This is legit bingo.
It was fun. And then at the end, whoever won the big round, you would they would have all the winners, and you have these keys in a bag, and you could win like up to $500 sometimes, and you would try the key, and then the next person would go, and if that took forever, then you just I did a dance off one time, and it was great.
Nice.
So yeah, it was super
fun.
So
Judy says she's in Flower Mound. All right, cool. Yeah, you're like not far at all.
Yeah, I miss you, Judy.
Oh, where are you staying at these days? Are you still in Grapevine area? Or?
No, I miss Grapevine so much. I'm in the Alliance area. I'm like Fort Worth North, the north side of Fort Worth. Like you know the new HEB. That's like my backyard.
I'm like, which one? I'm like, there's several.
Yeah, well, the new one in Alliance is basically my backyard.
Okay, gotcha.
And it's like Grapevine was. So
I love that whole area, but I just don't like getting to that area.
Yes.
Once you're in that area, all the traffic and lights and
everything is around it. There's everything.
There's a lot of shit they built, like all in that Alliance Gateway area, and of course, like they kept trying to expand the road and kept trying to do all this stuff, and it like still is not.
There's constantly traffic on 35, and then 280 is a mess. No one knows how to drive over there. No one knows how to merge.
280, I think, was one of the most deadliest highways.
I believe it.
Yeah,
I believe it. Do you remember Angela Johnson? She'd be like joking about traffic, and then Dane Cook has one too, kind of similar to that. But it's like when you're in traffic and you're like, "Hello, like move on. Do you need an invitation?" It's like that everywhere.
Yeah.
And some people just look at you and they're like, "No," and like speed up, and you're like, "Why?"
You know, it's fucking hilarious. So every person that drives slower than fuck in the fast lane, and it drives me nuts. Jeep Wranglers.
No, God.
I'm like, you may be the beast of off-road, but you suck on a highway.
It run over you. I miss my Jeep so much,
no.
but it slowed me down. I'm not gonna lie,
Yes.
it really did. Because
But the thing is like, don't think it's not a sports car. Get the fuck out of the left lane.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate. I don't care. I've already one of my first vehicles that I've owned was a Jeep Wrangler, and I love that car.
Yeah.
I mean, I went everywhere in that motherfucker. Like legit.
Yeah.
I replaced the axle. I replaced transmission. I replaced. It was a stick too.
Yeah.
Like literally, it got to the point where like I'm done forking, spinning. Like it was number 5 on the production line.
Okay.
So when Jeep came out with the new body style with the round headlights and all that stuff, my Jeep was number 5 on the assembly line. And so when I took it to the dealership and stuff, they were like, "Dude, you have like one of the very first that rolled off the
cool
line." So it was ironic. I bought it in '97 as a used.
Oh wow, you're like an old one.
Yes.
Okay.
So I bought it in '97, and it was a used '97. So it was like, actually, no, I think I bought it in '96, and it was a used '97, and it was at a Cadillac dealer of all fucking places.
Oh my god! No, I got mine at like Auto Nation in Fort Worth. In my car at the time, I had a Volkswagen Jetta TDI, the diesel one. So I was getting like 44 miles to the gallon. It was awesome.
Yeah, and you can run that fucker into the ground.
Yeah, but I was going to the lake all the time. I had my jet ski, and I put a hitch on my Jetta so I could tow the jet ski, and it was so ghetto.
Which would have been hilarious because the handlebars on the jet ski
were
higher than the roof line.
Hilarious. It still looked good, but my Jetta had to go to the shop because there was a recall and everything, so it had to be serviced. So I took it in, and I had a rental car for a couple days.
Yeah, but
I was there getting service, and I saw that Jeep, and it was love at first sight. I'm not the type of girl who's always wanted a Jeep. I really am not.
Well, and it's funny because as much as I've known you, and like I was like, that is you, like that.
Yes.
Like there's certain people, their persona is their vehicle. You know, it's kind of like how people say like their animal like resembles their owner, and I'm like,
I wish
this personifies Jackie.
Yeah,
like, the Jeep, and then Black Betty and everything else, and like.
As soon as I saw it, I was like, that's going to be mine. Her name's going to be Black Betty, and I'm going to roll off this lot rocking to Black Betty, which is a really long song, by the way.
It is.
But I did, and I told the guy, I was like, hey, is anyone going to get that? And that's when I was a recruiter, and I was making buku's money. Yeah. So it wasn't a thing for me. And
So let's walk through that recruiting. So, like, did you make a percentage off of like each person, or were you salary and that percentage?
Yeah, well, it depended on what company I worked for.
Okay.
And I had like built a reputation for me with emergency medicine physicians, and so people would, hear about me, and they would be like, "Hey, we want to work with you. What is it going to take?" Or I did temporary like locum recruiting, and then I did perm recruiting as well, which I liked, like learning.
Did you go to school for that, or like how did you get into that?
So I went to SFA. I got my degree in sports medicine kinesiology. I wanted to do PT, physical therapy, because I was an athletic trainer all through high school. So, and I loved it. It was so much, I could tape my own ankle. I could still do it today. Thank you, Miss Mar. Coach Mar. But no, so I just loved it. And then my last year in school, I lost my passion for the business side because I wanted my own practice.
So let me ask you this. So like what was the catalyst for you losing that passion? Did you actually work in the field in the day in a life of? Is that what made you?
I did some shadowing work and some internships at SFA.
Right.
And so I got to see one who had his own practice. And I got to see a bigger practice where they kind of just ran everything the same. They went by this book versus if you have your own practice, you can do whatever you want.
Right.
So I wanted to have my own practice, but there were so many loopholes on the business side and things you could get, just had to worry about. And I was like, ugh, I don't know if I want to deal with that. So I kind of just ended up getting my degree, and I was like, what am I going to do? I was so heartbroken. Right. And so I moved to Dallas with my ex at the time, and he was a rugby player. And he was going to be a chiropractor, and I was like, hey, let's check out Parker here in Dallas. And I also remember prom dress shopping in Dallas when I was in high school, and I was like, I like Dallas. Let's go check it out. So I did, and we did. And
so hold on, let's backtrack. Where were you at before Dallas? Obviously.
SFA.
SFA.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
But
knew that when I graduated to college, I knew
where were you
I
born?
didn't
Like
want to go
area?
back to the Woodlands.
Woodlands.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you know Danny?
I'm trying to backtrack so
Yeah.
that the audience can kind of keep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Do you know Danny Amendola?
What?
Danny Amendola,
No.
the Patriot, the guy who Danny Amendola. He played for the Patriots. He's he's a famous football player. Anyway, I was his trainer in high school.
Nice.
Yeah, so I did that, and I actually got a full ride scholarship for that, but I didn't want to do that as a career. So,
Why not?
Because it's literally nights, weekends. You have no life, and I just
So it's that work-life balance. No, this is very important for the audience because
Yeah.
like people like, well, why didn't they choose this field? Like if that was their passion, if that was their expertise, what made them drop
Yeah.
out of that? It's like
Yeah.
that's important because like your priority level was your work-life balance, and you're
Yep.
like it's going to be completely fucking skewed.
Mhm.
And that's kind of where I'm at right now is 'cause I'm like going,
yeah,
okay, I got an hour commute there, hour commute back. So that means instead of working an 8-hour day, I'm essentially working a 10-hour day.
mm-hmm.
And I'm like, but then I'm running other companies. I'm like, I can't without burnout, without
Yeah.
anything. I was like, there's no way I can run these multiple companies and podcasts and everything else. I'm like, there's just not enough fucking time in a day.
Yeah,
Like, let's
burnout's
Yeah.
real. It's so real. That's why I left recruiting. But like at the time, like athletic training got me into wanting to do PT.
Uh-huh.
So, and then just kind of went from there. But
So how did you leapfrog from the PT to the recruiting?
yeah, so when I moved to Dallas, I was working at Bank of America. I got the first job I could find was a tanning salon in Bank of America, and because I was making the money.
Wait, tanning salon in?
Yep. Well, I worked at Sunset Beach in Nacogdoches, so the tanning salon. So I
Uh-huh.
already had that experience, and then working at the bank, it wasn't going to make that much money, so I did both. So I would go to Bank of America and work from like 6 to 3 or something,
Yeah.
and then I would go to the tanning salon and work from like 4 to 11.
So that's hilarious you say that. So I was actually in real estate during the whole 2008 real estate collapse.
Yeah.
I was in there beforehand and then after, but ironically, I would leave South Lake because I was in South Lake, Westlake, Colleyville, Keller,
Yeah.
like that whole area,
Mhm.
which is your stomping grounds.
Mhm.
Like that was my area that I was a director of marketing, and I would literally be full suit and tie, show up at Lake Dallas Point on my way home.
Yep.
Strip all that shit off in the bathroom and then throw on my bartending gear and then bartend till like fucking 3-4 in
Wow.
the morning
That's good money.
and then get up at 6 and like literally running on
Yeah.
2 to 3 hours. It's like, I don't know.
It's exhausting.
I know. I'm like, I don't,
Yeah.
to this day, I'm like, I don't know how the fuck, but
Yeah.
like I made
You made it.
really good money. Yeah.
You're so good.
I'm still here. I made it and bought all these
Yeah.
wonderful things.
Well, I knew that like I wasn't gonna. They wanted me to be a personal banker at Bank of America, and I was like, no, because you have to work every weekend. I
Right.
didn't want to do that. Like my ex played rugby every weekend, so I wanted to be able to go to the rugby games and
Right.
stink and drink and do all the rugby stuff, So
Rugby in Dallas, like that to me, just does not mesh well.
rugby in college? Are you kidding me? That was a hoot. That was
So like when I think of
party.
rugby, I think of New Zealand All Blacks. Like I think
Oh,
of when
yeah.
I actually went to like New Zealand and
The
lived
haka.
there for and the haka and everything else.
And it's like to play for the All Blacks, you have to be incredibly good looking.
Yeah, that's a prerequisite.
Jason Momoa can do the haka. Gosh, yeah. Anyways, it's so cool though, and if you
Yeah.
look into the haka,
Uh-huh.
it's a cultural thing.
Oh, yeah.
They do that at funerals and weddings, and
Yeah.
it's really beautiful. So but if we see it at a rugby game, it looks so intimidating.
Oh, it's very
Ah, you
intimidating.
kill me. Yeah.
So ironically, I worked for a company for a short time when I was doing contracting work and stuff like that. They were based out of Frisco,
Mhm.
and the owner was New Zealand,
Oh,
like
wow.
New Zealander, and so like he would do the haka and everything like to start off our day,
Yeah.
and we would literally just
Yeah.
boom, and it was just like, and it was so cool because like at the end of the day, when 5 o'clock hit, like when everybody's like ready to skedaddle out the door,
Mm-hmm.
we actually sat together and everybody had a cocktail. He made sure everybody, and they were literally light up cigarettes, cigars inside the
Oh.
fucking, and we're talking Frisco, where
Yeah.
like the hoity-toities are like anti-smoking, anti-everything,
Yeah.
anti-breathing.
The furries.
Don't breathe on me.
They have furries in Frisco. Yeah.
Probably I would put it past.
They do.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
It's a different world over there, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it was hilarious because, like, so you know where the soccer field is, Toyota Stadium and stuff in
Yeah.
Frisco? Like, the office overlooked. So we were on the third floor, like, overlooked.
Okay.
So you could, like, if there was a game going on, like, you could just sit in the office and watch the game
Oh, that's
because it
cool.
was, like, right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was
So
just,
cool.
it was such a, like, it almost made me think of, what is that, Mad Men or whatever, where, like,
Okay.
yeah, like, where everybody's just drinking and smoking and just having a good time. I was
Sounds like a lot of Mad Men.
yeah.
Actually, I love a good cigar, so.
I do too.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Like, I'll remember that. Have you remembered the Red Door?
No, I love CI. There's CI in the Colony, and there's CI and
CI.
Cigar International.
Oh, okay.
They used to have like their own like bacon infused vodka. They would have all these different Bloody Marys that you can go drink on while you're smoking a cigar.
Dude, that's
By the way, if
baller.
Christmas is coming up, and Fat Bottom Betties are my favorite cigars. So, you know.
All right, you heard it here first.
No, I like to explore.
All you
them.
single guys out there trying to impress a single lady, here you go. You
like
never would have thought
I
buying
like
her
to
cigar.
explore cigars, but I do like the more of the fruity ones than the herby ones. But I like to try different ones. But one time I was hanging out with my best friend David, and he used to work at a cigar shop in Addison. He was a manager there, and I was about to take a trip. I was about to drive to Houston to see my family. I was like, I want to go see him before I leave because I hadn't seen him in a while.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave me the cigar. I always am like, pick one out for me, David. You know what I like. You've met him before.
Yeah.
And he picked me this one. I hadn't eaten all day, and I took my Adderall. And when I tell you I had the biggest buzz, I was like, I can't drive. I can't.
Yeah.
He was like, here, have a Coke, have a snack. And I'm like, I literally can't drive. It was so heavy. And I had never had that happen to me. I was like, whoa,
Wow.
this is a hit.
Yeah, like, damn. This is
Oops.
the fuck around to find out hit.
Oopsie daisy.
All right, so you mentioned the cigars and stuff like that. Tell us a little bit more about yourself and like what you do. I mean, you kind of talked about like but like what led to that, and like what are you doing now? Is it the same thing you're doing now that you were before?
No, and let's go. So I was recruiting. I got into that because I knew I just wanted something more. I wanted a career.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to work every weekend. So I had my healthcare background, and I worked with a temp agency for healthcare recruiting for emergency medicine. And I got into it, and I loved it, and I killed it, and I made so much money. So I was like, oh, this is good. This is really good. I mean, I think I was like, 23 maybe?
Mm-hmm.
And I was making more money than my family was, my parents.
So let me ask you, so you're 23, were you making six figures?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So your first year in recruiting, I mean, I started at like 40 maybe, I think. And then at this particular company, everyone's different. They had a bonus structure, like a tiered structure. And after you recruited so many physicians, you would get a bonus of so much money.
Right.
And then it would kind of go up from there.
Right.
And then at the next company I worked for, I had a salary, and then I made commission off my contracts. I made one commission check sometimes would be like $6,000. That's how I paid for my boobs. Like in cash. I got one commission.
Well, no, this is why I'm bringing this up,
bonus.
because this is helping other people that are deciding career paths, and they're deciding like, okay, and I've known you for like forever, seems like.
I know. Yeah.
But it's like we never really like, as much as like, you've had this success and stuff like that with that, and like me coming from the business background, we've never actually sat down and discussed business, which is weird.
It was fun. It was fun, but it was stressful. But it was like I work really well under pressure.
Yeah. And
so for me, and I loved working with emergency medicine physicians. And you hear all the stories, and you're like, oh, tell me more. And for me, I was a trainer, so I didn't care. Blood and guts didn't bother me.
Yeah.
So if you hear like, oh, this person came in with a stabbing, you're like, yeah, tell me like where. I want to know.
Oh, girl, I got friends that have actually been on the podcast that are actually morticians.
Yeah.
So like,
oh my goodness.
yeah. And like, it's crazy because like they're really fucking cool to hang out with. Like, no bullshit.
They are the partier.
You would probably love a lot of my morticians.
I would be the girl of every company I worked for. I was the girl that traveled. So I would be like one of the faces of the company. I would go to like the.
Well, how's that going to work for your weekends if you're traveling?
Well, it was during the week.
Okay.
They would be like 3 to 4
Alright,
days.
okay.
Sometimes just one day I'd go to dinner with a couple ER doctors
Yeah.
and like residents, and I would talk about life after residency.
So let's walk through that, like, because I was in pharmaceutical for a while,
Yeah.
which I literally sold my soul to the devil,
Yeah.
which I had to unsell I had to buy my soul back.
Oh, yeah. I believe it. I believe it.
So I worked for Dallas Injections and Diagnostics and
Oh, yeah.
and Texas Health as a director of marketing. I was still in school.
Okay.
Like, mind you, I had beat out people that had PhDs, masters, and everything else.
Wow.
I was still in school.
Yeah, that's a
I was
lot.
still in college.
How did
Let me like, I was not in high school. I was in college, but I wasn't
Got it.
finished with my degree, and they actually spotted me and scouted me.
How long did it take you to get your degree?
2.5 years.
To your degree at SFA?
No, I didn't go to SFA.
Oh, okay. You
No,
were
no, I
party
didn't.
there. You just partied.
I partied. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I partied and
I'm pretty sure you were there because I met you there. So.
but no, yeah. So like that's oh.
I was wondering because a lot of people don't graduate from SFA to like the average I think is 6 years. I graduated in 4, but a lot of people.
So I was smart. My senior year, I dual enrolled.
Smart.
So I knocked out literally almost 2 years of college because we were allowed to do, I forget how many hours, but like I was like, well, fuck that. I'm going to do an entire college year while I'm in high school.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck senior skip day and all that bullshit. Like, that's irrelevant to me. I want to skip ahead of college. That's why I finished college a lot.
You must be really smart, Devin. That's not just a hat rack.
Oh, timestamp. That's good.
Really smart friends too.
Well, and it's weird because it's like, I knew I was always different, and like I thought about things different than most people. Like, I realized some people will gravitate to that because they can see your vision. Then there's other people that are anti because they don't understand and they can't see your vision.
Yeah.
So they're wanting to influence and steer you away and basically push you away from your vision. But like me being hard-headed and me being like, no, like you can't fuck with my vision. Like once I have something in my sights, and I know this is a bad time to say that phrase.
Yeah. Yeah, right? Oh my god.
But like once I like I'm literally and this is a conversation I had actually fairly recently.
Yeah.
Like when I make decisions and stuff, it's not because of emotion. It's not because of like I feel a certain way. It's because I feel a certain way, but it's backed by data. It's backed by all of this information that supports my cause and my reasoning.
Good.
But at the time, I'm like, no, like this is. I mean, like just give you kind of a backstory. Like I started when I was young. Like 4 or 5, no 5. I started building bicycles and shit like that.
Okay.
And
cool.
I would go to these yard sales and stuff and buy all these different bikes, but then I would mix and match the best parts of each bike and build like the baddest ass like GT Mach 1.
Oh, I was thinking like the bicycles with a little horn on it.
No. Mine were like BMX like racing bikes and shit.
Cool.
So Redline, Mongoose, and all of these, like I would build.
Badass.
I would take these parts and I would fix these bikes, and if it needed a chain, if it needed this, like I would do that. And then like when the storms, because like I learned that like we had a lot of storms and stuff growing up, and I was like, well, now I can like rake leaves and like I can get my crew together.
Nice, okay.
And we can rake leaves and we can charge $50 a yard. I'm like, we're make
it a business. Right.
But like even at a young age, like I've had that. I see an opportunity and like I just go after it.
That's good.
And there's like a lot of people that like think about an opportunity, but they sit on it. And me and like you're like right here.
Yeah, kind of me sometimes, yeah.
But like that's why like lately and stuff, like I like even Andy, the other host is supposed to be here.
I'm celebrity host today.
You are.
Yeah.
He was like, dude, you gotta stop like putting your like ideas and your inventions and stuff out there. And I go, why? I go, if I can't build it and if I don't have the means, the manpower, the money, the funding, the time, that's the key
and you
one.
want to perfect it.
Yeah, and the time, I'm like, because even if I give somebody the idea it doesn't mean it's going to be done
Right.
the same way as I envisioned it.
Yeah.
They're getting the bird's eye view. They don't have any of the details.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. And I'm like, I'll give you the, and at the end of the day, with the way social media works, is I have a date and timestamp.
Yeah.
So if you go
Yeah.
and you take that idea and run with it, I already have a date and timestamp.
Exactly.
Boom, like you're fucked.
You can always go on Shark Tank too.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like one of the biggest, well, actually you saw the cart that I have, that collapsible cart.
I think it's so cool.
And so like everywhere I brought that thing, like literally even like people at the store, like managers and the clerks and stuff like that, and even the baggers, they're like, dude, that is the coolest fucking thing ever.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not? It's so cool. And
especially like places like Winco where like you have to bag your own shit.
I know.
At the end, I'm like, you don't have to bag anything because it's already in the fucking cart.
In a cart.
Yeah.
This is my cart, y'all. Look at the cart. Did you look at that?
Would you look at that?
Would you look at that?
Look at that.
I know. No, it was so cool, and you've had all these awesome ideas throughout since I've known you, and I'm like, God, you're so smart. You just run. You run with it.
I do. It's hard because it's like there's so many of them that pop up, and I'm like, but it's like I gotta follow Elon's structure.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Whereas like you take one idea, which is PayPal, right, and then he used that. Can you be any louder?
We're dog lovers here, so it's okay. But
Sapphire, lay the fuck.
Sapphire is excited, just wants to play.
She is so.
Dogs love me.
The funniest thing about her, no fucks given, like hitting her tail on anything and everything, and I'm like, does that not hurt?
Oh, Bailey had a happy tail. He would whack you with that thing. It would hurt. It was like your own little spanking. It was like and then when I first got Bailey, he had such a long tail that he would wag it so hard in my hallway that it would bleed. They call it happy tail. And I had to wrap that sucker up. It was so I was like, oh my gosh, it looks like a murder scene.
What?
But he was just so happy.
Well, no, I had a German Shepherd that he would wag his tail and knock the fucking pictures off the walls.
Yeah, wow.
And I'm like going, and then I get this one.
At least it wasn't a murder scene.
This is true. Like there was no blood.
There'd be blood
There
everywhere.
was just picture frames everywhere.
Well, there goes my deposit.
Right? Oh.
No, but I loved it. He was just happy. But yeah, that thing hurt. He had the longest tail.
So like, let's walk through this because we mentioned the Jeep, and then we mentioned your puppy, the Greyhound. And it was funny because like you had the black Betty, the black Jeep, and then you had the black Greyhound, and it was like they were a part of who you were and who you are.
And Bailey chose me. It was just
really like walk us through like
there was a rescue group called the Greyhound Adoption League of Texas. It was the fundraiser that I wanted for my birthday, and I had a Greyhound with my ex. Him and I found a Greyhound at Operation Kindness. It was a Brindle. Her name was Lizzie. And we never had Greyhounds before. And I was like, what do you do with a Greyhound? But it was like, she was the coolest dog. And she had a lot of trauma. She had scars all over the side of her body. So she was like heavily abused. There's a lot of abuse.
Which one?
In the industry. Lizzie. Okay. Yeah. But when we broke up, we did the whole share the custody thing. And I'm like, we can't do this forever. So finally, I let him keep Lizzie. And I was like, I'm just going to get my own Greyhound. So I went to like their meet and greets, and I saw Bailey in like the training section on the website. And I had a dog when I was younger named Bailey. She was a black lab mix. And she, on like New Year, she was at my dad's house when I was in college. And on New Year, she fell down the stairs and was paralyzed. And she was young too, but she was like my girl. She was like, oh, we would play hide and seek together. She knew when I was sad. She was such a good dog. And when I saw the name Bailey, and like, because Bailey, I literally think about Bailey every single day. Is that the first Bailey that I had? And when I saw Bailey, I was like, oh my gosh, like they had the same eyes. And so I was like, and so I emailed him. I said, this is the dog that I want. Like, I want to meet him and get to know him.
It's funny you mentioned the eyes because like with Willow, like I saw her eyes and I was like, this dog needs to be in my life. And then when she first bit me, like before she even she bit me before she even passed the threshold of my door. And I was like, It's gonna learn.
Yeah. Well, this group, the rescue group, I mean, it was expensive. I mean, they went to my house to see my house, what it looked like.
Yep.
They called references.
I will give, and just those of y'all listening, these rescue groups, they literally had me videotape the entire circumference of my yard and the fence.
Yeah.
Because I was getting a Siberian Husky, and Siberians are known escape artists.
So are greyhounds.
And they're known for jumping fences.
Yeah.
So if I would have had a 6-foot fence, they would have not let me adopt her. But because I have 8 foot all the way around, and because there's no way that she could escape, that was one of the things. But it was funny because we actually found the piece of paper that the company that was fostering her wrote, and it was like reading it like now, like after the fact, after several years, like you read it and you're going, wow, like I literally transformed this dog into the asshole she was. Into a very docile, very loving,
there you go.
Affectionate, like, because like before, like in order to brush her, it took 2 people.
Oh wow.
One person had to feed her peanut butter while the other brushed, and I was like,
yeah,
that ain't flying with me. We're not doing
gonna
that.
learn.
You're gonna learn today.
Well,
as soon as you get aggressive and as soon as you start growling with that brush, and I'm like, nope. And you correct the behavior. Like the problem is, it's like nobody wants to correct the behavior.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying like
just don't know how to
beat the fucking dog. Like no.
Yeah.
Like there's a way you talk to the, like you explain and you stop and you.
But dogs are very sensitive to tone.
They are, and when you raise they can sense that inflection and that, that octave change and everything else, and like, and you get to a point where like you don't have to do anything. You just got to raise your voice, and they know. Yeah, they know they fucked up.
Oh yeah. Well, with these dogs, with the greyhounds, I mean, if they're not, a lot of them are abused. They come from the track, and a lot of tracks have been closed because of the abuse. Bailey, I got lucky with Bailey. He wasn't, but he came from the Gulf Greyhound track out by Houston. But he came straight from the track, so he had never seen stairs, a lake. I mean, he had never had his own space really outside of a kennel, but he like lived in a kennel his first 2 years of life. So when he came to my house, he was fully retired. He had a bed in every room, but I had to like teach him how to walk stairs, and it was a whole learning thing. And they say that if your dog gets out, if your greyhound gets out, you won't see them again because they're so fast. They're 45-mile-per-hour couch potatoes. Yeah. And he still had a really strong prey drive too. So if he saw like a squirrel or a bunny rabbit, he was gone, but he loved me. So, but there was like 5 other people that wanted Bailey, including the foster group. But I had already kind of been like, hey, I'm interested. And I had a good home and I'd already had a greyhound before. So they're like, come to the meet and greet. So we came to the meet and greet, and I walked him and hung out for a bit. And they're like, well, he chose you. He's yours. So he chose me.
Oh,
it was love at first sight.
No.
And then he was my homie.
Like
main squeeze.
I was like, like as much footage and as much,
Oh, he had his own Instagram page.
Well, I didn't know about all that.
Bailey the Great. Well, the group, like, because so many people loved him, they're like, hey, we still want to keep up with him. And I was like, okay, easy. Yeah. I'll create a page. And so the Greyhound group followed him, and then other Greyhounds followed him. At one point, he had more followers than I did.
Oh,
yeah. But he was so silly. He'd like put his tongue would hang out, and he would.
I know, like
legs up. Like that.
I miss like seeing some of those videos and stuff, and like how much you adored him and stuff. And I was like, you know what? Like she's really a good owner.
Do you believe in soul dogs?
I do.
Yeah, he was.
I feel like, and that's a great. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I feel like, so all my dogs that I've ever owned have always been rescues.
Yeah, me too.
And I feel like I'm rescuing them, but at the same time, they're rescuing.
Oh, he 100% rescued.
No, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I'm like where I was, like, because I was, when I got Willow, the whole reason why I got her was because the girl that I was dating at the time had a Siberian Husky, and I've always wanted one.
Yeah.
But my parents were just, there was like a couple dogs they were like anti. One was pit bull. Another was a Siberian. And
Did they have 2 different colored eyes? Did they have heterochromia?
who?
The Huskies?
Yeah, a
They're
lot
known
of
for
them
that.
did, but I didn't want that. No offense.
Ah,
No hawk to it.
special. Rude. Yeah.
No, like I just like I want like I love, and even like comparison to my ex's the Siberian and
Yeah.
to the one that I have, like their eyes are drastically different.
Oh wow.
And it's weird because like if you look at Willow, like she has a very thin white band for her iris or whatever.
Okay. Uh-huh.
And then the ex's has a thicker so the pupil's really small and the white band is ginormous.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
it's like
wow.
they don't look the same, and then plus mine's more thin,
Yeah.
and then hers was more kind of a wider face and wider or
Yeah.
smaller snout. So
Okay.
mine has like a longer snout, but like skinnier face.
Yeah.
It's,
Okay.
it's weird.
love
They don't look the
bulldogs.
same at all.
I love all dogs. I want another one, but I just don't know if I'm ready yet.
You know, and
now-
that's the thing is like, okay, so I had a pit bull, brindle, that
Aw.
named Gucci, and like, long story with that dog. It was like one of those custody battles, right? Like
Yeah.
the girl
It's a
was,
real thing.
yeah, like
They're your
like
children.
so. I found the dog, right, and she was like, I forget. She said the location and something else, and I said the name, and like we didn't realize we were choosing the same fucking dog.
Oh wow.
And so like once I told
wow.
her, I was like, hey, like you chose the location and like I chose the name, like
Yeah.
we're choosing the same dog.
That's so cool.
So and like she had her phone and I had my phone, like when it was ironic that like we both chose the same dog. And so like
Yeah.
I went and got her and everything else.
This is the Brindle, right?
This is the Brindle
They're
Pitbull.
really pretty. They're
Oh,
so pretty.
and she and everybody that knows Gucci
Mhm.
was like trying to steal Gucci. I literally have like 10 or 12 friends that are like,
Oh my
Gucci's
God.
coming home with me. I'm like, no, motherfucker.
I would have a list of people who were like, when are you going out of town, Jackie? I want to hang out with Bailey.
So
And
here's
this is-
the best part. So this area over here used to be 40 acres, right?
Yeah.
40 acres, like land.
Yeah.
So one day, my other dog dug a hole under the fence, and then
Uh-huh.
Gucci, big fat pitbull,
Yeah.
decided she gonna try to spit through this hole.
Oh no.
And so, like, I get a call from the Lake Dallas PD, and they're like, "Hey, here's the situation." And I was like, "What?" And I'm like, "Going, oh fuck, what happened?" Like literally, you get a call from the, the police
you.
department about your dogs. You're like, "Oh god!" Like
Yeah.
I'm literally like, I'm preparing for the worst, and like I'm
Yeah.
hoping for the best. And he goes, "So we got a call about a aggressive animal
Uh-huh.
in the backyard of said property."
Was
right
it
over
your
here."
big turtle? I'm kidding.
And so the officer goes, "I'm not going to lie to you." He goes, "I'm going to be straight with you." He goes, "I had my pistol drawn."
Ooh, wow.
And like at that point, I'm like going,
Oh no.
tears. I'm like, what'd you do to my baby?
Yeah. Oh my god.
And he goes, but then when I saw her tail going 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, because there are.
Yeah.
It's a stigma.
Yeah. And so he goes, I loaded her in the back of my cruiser. And he was like, dude, I wanted to keep her.
Oh.
So I'm like, let me get this straight. You went full circle of like, you wanted to shoot her.
Yeah.
And now you're like, I want to keep her.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like,
I want to be best friends with your dog.
we want to be besties. I'm
Yeah.
like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Hang out. Oh.
Whew.
I miss it. Yeah.
Ah.
They're our children. They really are. I still have one blanket that still smells like Bailey, and I have like a
Aw.
corner of all of his stuff. And no one can touch that blanket. No.
Don't touch.
Don't touch the blanket. Yeah. He was the best though. He didn't bark. He didn't jump on people. You know, he was
No, he was
so
an awesome
cute.
dog.
I could take him everywhere with me. And that was another reason why I got my Jeep, because I didn't want to have to worry about it getting dirty because I had Bailey. And I
Yeah.
was like, we're going to the lake, we're doing different things, we're going hiking. I want him to be able to jump in my Jeep and just not. My Jetta had like leather seats and everything, so the Jeep was like, okay, I can get muddy, I can put
Yeah, it's
wet.
made for that ruggedness.
Yeah, it was like perfect, and so it worked out perfectly. And you know, that was, you know, Bailey and Jeep, and he just rocked it. He loved it. He loved going on cart rides too. But they're a baby. That Jeep has had a goat in there. I took a goat from Glenrose to Grapevine. I had a baby goat in the backyard in my house in Grapevine. The neighbors were like, "What is that?" And then
where the hell did you get a baby goat?
From Glenrose. I found a boar goat, and I wanted to get a goat for my stepmom surprise for Christmas. That was her Christmas gift.
Was it a fainting goat?
No, that'd be so cool though. It was a boar goat.
I so want fainting goats.
Oh, me too.
Run out, but ah!
Oh, it was so cool. But she had a goat named Roosevelt a long time ago, and it died of old age. And she got breast cancer, and she was just like really down on everything she was going through. And then she kind of went through all the chemo and radiation. And I was like, I think it would be good for her to have something to like distract her, but also like keep her doing something and make her happy. Right. And she loved animals. So I was like, I'm going to get a goat for her. And it was $100. And I didn't tell my dad because I didn't want him to say no. So I had a big crate because Bailey's the size of a goat, basically. And I took the goat. We went off-roading and everything. But because there's on the way to back to the Woodlands area, there was like a wreck, so I just like I was like, and we're off.
and we're off.
Goat was in the crate of my Jeep with all my Christmas presents, and then Bailey was in the middle, and we went all the way from Dallas to over by the Woodlands and drove the whole way, and it was fine. It was hilarious though. I like had when I got to my dad's house, I was like, hey, I need some help getting my presents out of the Jeep. And I was like, I need Mitzi's help too. And so my stepmom. And so she came out and she can figure out how to open the back door of my Jeep. And this was like a 4-month-old baby goat, like boar goat with these big old floppy ears. And she still had to be bottle fed and everything. So she was adorable. And so when she opened the Jeep door, there's this little baby goat in this crate. And she was like, oh, it was the cutest video and the reveal. And my dad looks and he starts laughing. He's like, are you shitting me? And
I shit you not, Dad.
I was like, I'm surprised. I was like, do what you want with her. She's yours. You can name her whatever you want. She's 4 months old. They love her. And he was like, you're good on Christmas gifts for the next few years. I was like, I know. I named her Lorelei, and she's a little butt now. She has these big horns and she will knock your kneecaps out. She's feisty. She just likes to play. But they ended up getting another goat too, and it was so cute because they had a horse named Desert, and like Lorelei and the horse were best friends. Lorelei, like the horse Desert would be laying down on this little hill, and I'm not kidding. There's pictures of Lorelei laying on top of the horse, just on top of her, like chilling. And I'm like, they were the cutest little peas in a pod. It was so fun.
Aww.
Yeah, Lorelei and I are not friends anymore, but I look at her and I'm like, I brought you here. Like, your life is amazing. You should be nice to me.
That is.
But yeah, no, that Jeep's been through a lot of things. And Bailey, I mean, there was still probably all this Bailey hair in it when I drove it back. And that was another thing. Whenever I got rid of my Jeep, it had so many memories of me and Bailey in it. And like Bailey and I would just go in the Jeep by the lake in Grapevine on just rough days.
I wish I would kind of talk some sense into you, being like, keep the vehicle.
And it was paid off too. And
I know. I'm like, keep the fucking.
I've done a lot of things.
I have 7 cars. 7.
Yeah.
Who do you know?
Yeah.
One person, who do you know that has 7 fucking cars?
I know one other person, but no, that's the most. You're definitely no. Well, I've lived in,
and I'm like going because if I like something, so
yeah. Well, it's like with my new job that I have now, which we can go back to, but I drive so much now.
Yeah, I know. So I saw that, and I was like, I got your defense.
Yeah.
On the driving and the gas mileage, because same here.
It physically pained me to watch the miles go up all day.
So to your point, I drive from here all the way to Arlington and back
Yeah.
It's Arlington Mansfield,
Oh,
not just Arlington.
far.
Arlington Mansfield border.
Yeah.
So it's 65 miles there, 65 back.
Ugh.
So we're talking
Brutal.
130 miles a day. So just so y'all put that in perspective, and now you'll start to understand and rationalize why I have so many cars.
Yeah.
Because if you spread that amount of miles on one car, you're going to be over 200,000 miles in 1 year, where the average is 12,000 to 15,000. You're going to be over 100,000 miles in a year. Because trust me, this is exact. So when I took the job and I told the recruiter, I said, hey, look, I have a very expensive car.
Mm-hmm.
I know, because performance cars don't last as long as like non-performance cars.
Yeah.
I said, I'm worried that like if I drive this car to work every fucking day, like something's gonna happen, and then I'm gonna be fucked and gonna have to buy another car.
Yep.
And that's exactly literally what fucking happened. I got 120,000 miles out of my Mercedes.
Yeah.
Like, mind you, yes, this is not your normal typical Mercedes.
Yeah.
It's got 777 horsepower. It's ridiculously ridiculously
so
fast. Yeah. And it's in a
sounds like I would pee myself.
And it's a small form factor. So it's like it's not like a long vehicle that has that much horsepower.
Is it faster than a Rivian? Are Rivians?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's faster than the Plaid, the Tesla Plaid.
Okay.
It's I've raced and it's
so cool,
ridiculous. So just FYI, stock it's got 600 horsepower.
Wow.
And I got a stage 2 tune on it with upgraded ECU, upgraded turbos, everything else. So it's
that's your toy.
It's my toy.
Yeah.
And when I put it in like redunculous mode.
So if how much would you sell that for? If someone was like, would you get rid of it? Someone was like, if I will pay you $1 million for that,
I will never get rid of it, because here's why. And this is a great question. That's a really good question, because people, and even my dad, like hearing my dad's story, he goes, man, I used to have a Jaguar XKE.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, well, what happened to it? He goes, dude, I paid like $400 or $500 for it. And then he goes, I sold it for like $1,200-$1,400.
Oh my goodness.
And I go, Dad, it had a V12.
Yeah.
I go, that is rare in any vehicle. So you should have known to hang on to that. Like right now they're going for 60, 70,000. Like,
oh my goodness.
Granted, he paid like $1,200-$1,500 or whatever. Like he paid a very minimal. And I learned from the few cars that I've bought and flipped and stuff like that. Like so I had a 300ZX, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was a unmolested, what they call unmolested, like hadn't had all the performance shit done to it, yada yada yada. Unmolested, that's what I call it.
Unmolested? I think I'm unmolested. Oh my god, I didn't think about that. Wait a minute. I have a lot of parts put in me. You're right.
Time step. Oh my god, that was great.
Some people might be offended by that. Like, I'm a fast car.
But yeah, so like the Mercedes, the reason why it's sitting there is because they've never made a bigger engine, never made bigger turbos than this car.
Wow.
This was the last year that they went full ham before they decided to switch to 4 cylinders and 6 cylinders. And I go,
wow,
I'm holding on to the holy grail of vehicles, because it's the biggest V8 that was ever twin turbo.
Where is this car? Where is it?
It's in my garage.
Oh.
It's under lock and key.
I haven't seen it. Well, I've probably seen it, but I was too busy trying to get the Truly out of the refrigerator.
Probably.
After the lake day.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute.
It's won a couple car shows and stuff, but I haven't.
Cool.
Yeah, I haven't brought it out in a while. I'm actually, I got to get a mechanic to look, and that's the other thing. It's because of the turbos.
Yeah.
It's still under warranty. I have like an extended warranty like service.
You
stuff.
get probably 50 calls for that.
Yes.
Like extended warranty. Yeah. Everyone who's doing the extended warranties, call Devin. You will take it.
Yes, I will tell you like which ones are legit and which ones are like fuck you very much.
Fuck you very much. Yeah. I get so many calls on that.
Dude, yeah, like hello, I want to extend your extended warranty on your lawnmower.
It's like, no, go away.
No, motherfucker.
No. I never do that. But gosh, I can only imagine. Like, I cannot. I mean, sometimes I cannot believe I got rid of my Jeep too. And I think about it. I cried all the way to the dealership. I cried the whole way there. And so I've done a lot of things. And I don't have a lot of.
You did a lot of things in a short window.
I've done a lot of. Oh yeah, but I've done a lot.
You made like a lot of midlife crisis scenarios.
Yes.
In like a short window.
I went through a lot. I had to. I was forced to.
So like walk me through like what was the catalyst like, because I know like that was not you like rational thinking.
Well, I literally lost everything.
You literally lost everything.
Literally lost everything when I left my ex-fiance. I left.
Why did you let this fucktard take over?
That's a whole other podcaster. Yeah, but no, I left and I didn't even have dishes. I needed to get away and start over and free myself from that and heal and all that. And and then I was, there was a lot that happened. He was an alcoholic, so I was, processing all of that, not only losing what I thought was going to be my family, but the kids too. I was really close to his kids. And so I lost my whole family, and then
so let's walk through that.
Then I lost my job.
Because like you and I are on the same page as far as like we don't have kids.
Yeah.
And then we date people that have kids.
Yeah. And it after I was with him, I was like, I'm never dating with kids again. And what does Jackie do? Still date guys with kids. I just love. But
why? Hold on. Let's walk through the why. Why did Jackie decide like I'm not dating? Because like like I literally I'm on the same fucking page as you.
Well, I stayed with him a lot longer because of the kids, for one. And I get really attached to kids, and I'm naturally a motherly figure. Like I'm very motherly, not with.
And that's why you need to have your own.
There needs to be more Jackies in the world for sure. But
well, and it's like it like flip side of the coin. Like how many deadbeat dads are there? How many dads don't claim their children and everything else? And I'm like looking at how many
moms too.
People I've dated that have had kids. That their kids have literally called me, and and it's even still to this day, like as they've grown up, and they still still reach out to me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I'm like going.
I still talk to his daughter.
Even if I don't have my own kids, it was like I've made such an impact on these people's lives that they still 10, 15, 20 years later are reaching out to me. And like,
well, you love them like they're your own.
I do, like unequivocally.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what's loving my own child is like, because I haven't had that experience.
Yeah. I will always be here for those kids. Always. If they ever needed anything.
It's the same thing here. Like, that's why I'm loving the fact that like you and I are on the same page of that aspect of like, we're both, in our age bracket.
Yeah. So that's another thing, especially as a woman, you have to think, all right, well, am I going to ever have, kids?
Right.
And I've had one miscarriage and years ago. And that was hard. Yeah. So it's like, okay, is it ever going to happen for me? And then on top of that, it's like, do I want to be, you want
to be locked down with some psychopath?
Well, but do I want to have kids at, 45, 50, like that's not even healthy,
and I'm glad you brought that up, because like that's literally where I am now. So I'm like going, bro, like do you want to be that old guy? Like do you like you
just might not have the opportunity though too, so it might just end up being that timing thing. But it's hard. If I could just, I want kids, yes, But if I don't ever get the opportunity to have kids, then I'm perfectly happy dating with kids because I would love them as my own.
Yeah.
But I don't want to like find someone and rush into getting married and having kids either.
Mhm.
And I watched the movie Sound of Hope and about the adoption, Possum Trot, and it made me consider even adopting, even though I think it'd be cool to have my own kids.
So it's funny you mentioned that, and I'm glad you brought that up because I actually looked into adopting because I'm like, what is the one key factor that I don't want to deal with?
Yeah.
Psychopathic women.
Because I was
No offense.
never psychopathic men too, but I would never give up on a kid ever.
But and that's the thing with me is like I literally ran a children's nonprofit organization for 7.5 years. I was a regional director of KinderVision. So KinderVision, the way it works is like, let's say your child goes missing, right? And like, instead of just an Amber Alert where like, this is the description of what they're wearing. What we did is we actually videotaped the kids and we asked them all like, you know, questions of what's your favorite food? What's your favorite color? Da, 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 da.
Wow.
So like, you had not only a description, but you had a visual representation. You had the audio. You could hear their voice. So like,
you gotta be careful with that. AI can do some trippy things now.
Yeah, well, but this was like to try to rescue kids and stuff
cool.
like that and prevent them from,
good.
you know, the bad things happening.
Yeah.
But so like I was a part of that for like 7.5 years, and so like that was my thing. It's like if I don't have my own kids, like at least I can put myself out there to help and protect the kids that aren't mine. Protect the kids that have shitty dads that aren't willing to step up and do what they need to do and take care of their fucking kids.
There's moms out there too like that. But that's part of the reason why I love what I do so much now, because it's so rewarding because I can help kids. So what I do now, I got into business development.
Yes, let's elaborate on that.
So we
Quentin Tarantino this shit.
We're a teen treatment program for teens. And we have different locations. We've got a campus in Fort Worth and we've got a campus in Cleburne. They're recreational, so they're on acreage.
Right.
You know, zip lining, all that, you know, boating. They can boat in the sun.
So you're like rehabilitating them with like physical outdoor activity.
These are kids ages 13 to 17 who are struggling with mental health and substance use. And this is a 90-day program. So my stepbrother, I don't know if I told you this, but he's been a meth addict. He's been an addict his whole life, basically. Well, he started with weed and stuff at like, I think it was 13 or so. And then he got into meth, and it's just been like a cycle, like his whole life. He's 39 now. And it's sad to see, but there wasn't programs like there are now. There weren't any programs back then like that, like this. So it was hard to find help. And it's so hard to find the resources as it is for community.
Yeah.
So the fact that I can help these families in crisis mode, help their kids get through this and cope, especially with the way society is now with suicide ideation, body image, you know, eating
like
disorder,
social media is like, and that was one of the
everywhere.
questions that I had on here.
Yeah.
Is about like social media and the influence and stuff that it
the
has.
algorithms are real. I mean, they promote, you know, eating disorders and suicide ideation, and drinking is everywhere, and you know, it's cool to drink, and I do drink, you know, but for an alcoholic or some, you know, and some of these kids are young and they're getting addicted with these addictions. And
so let me explain to you, because I came from the AI of 6 years ago. I came from the what you're talking about of the targeting. It's called there's
been lawsuits with social media for it.
Yes, but if you look at who's won, the person that's trying to sue them has never won.
Wait, I thought it was like 70 states, like 70, like there was like 70 or 80 lawsuits from different states.
Well, it depends on like what particular lawsuit we're talking about. Like
there was a bunch for like TalkTick and Instagram and Facebook, but mostly Instagram and TalkTick, I think.
Well, yeah. So the algorithms. Let me explain to the masses how the algorithms.
Yeah, please.
Now, granted, I didn't
Educate me.
I did not work. I did not work for Facebook. So I'm sharing what I know about the algorithms from the companies, because I came from the telecoms. Like I came from, and just so y'all know, the telecoms have way more information than TikTok and Instagram and Facebook could ever wish to have.
Yeah.
If they had the information we had,
Oh, goodness.
they would be like,
yeah. Well,
but yeah. So like, so just FYI. So we had your viewer data. So like your phone.
Yeah.
Anything and everything you viewed on your phone, and then also anything and everything that you connected to a credit card that is tied to that account, and that all your purchases, whether it be Netflix or whether it be blah blah blah, and then there's a lot of things that we could tie to. It is called it's called audience segmentation. This is something that I worked on for 6 years. This was something that like I was vastly engrossed in AI before AI was like a huge fucking thing.
Yeah.
So we use from data from the data lake and from the data warehouse. So the data lake would have information of like your programming. Like when you change a channel and you go to like whatever programming and you stay for a significant amount of time, we know that's your that's your interest. So now we know your age group, we know all your demographics, and we know what programming you like based on your viewership and everything else. So then we can build models and stuff that predict what you're going to watch and what you're not going to watch, and then we could take that information and sell that to your prime companies and stuff like that.
That's so wild.
Oh, it like the level of shit that I was working on was like mind blowing.
That's so wild. And it's like, yeah, if you're even when you're talking in your phone, it's like they make these jokes about if you're dating someone and you want like a puppy, you'll like take your boyfriend's phone and be like, puppies, greyhounds, baby puppies. And like that will be your ads for the next like, day or so. Like if you're looking at diets and stuff.
So what you're talking about is what's called audio to it basically what it does is it creates a cookie. And that cookie
that's what the cookies are.
Resides and there's like new tech now that doesn't utilize cookies.
What would the milk be?
2%.
So that's different than what you're kind of talking about.
Yeah. So like what happens is like if you're doing geo targeting or if you're doing cookie targeting, which what you're talking about right now is cookie targeting. So when somebody mentions a word or a group of phrases or whatever, it triggers and it stores it, and then it serves you ads based on those keywords and those key metrics.
I see. Okay.
And so, and the funny thing is we've fucked around with like our phones and like we've literally tried to. Yeah, and it works. Like you literally say some shit and ads will be served.
Oh, for real.
So hey, listening audience, your phone is always on. Creepy. Your phone is always listening.
Jason Momoa. Bring Jason Momoa to me, please.
Bring him to me.
Bring him. Everybody knows he's my man.
There he is.
That is so wild though. It's so true though.
It is
so crazy. That's cool that you did that.
Yeah, no, like that was my first experience getting into AI, and that's when I realized like if I can predict what somebody's gonna do before they do it, like that is like the infinite power.
Yeah. And
I realized I'm like, this is where like everybody's gonna go.
Yeah.
And that's it, like literally like I'm in the stock markets and everything else, and that's where the money is. Yeah. That's where the money's going.
But now, I mean, social media is like an addiction in itself.
It is, but you know why, right? You know why?
Dopamine.
Well, how? Do you know how the dopamine receptors work?
You just go ahead and tell me.
No. I want to hear
so, like,
your.
You post something and they like you see a like and you see more likes. You're like, oh, and that's dopamine hits, and then so you get that. you get those hits and you just crave more and more and more. And so I mean, I see it with kids all the time. You have to detox these kids from these devices.
Yeah.
Within my industry.
So when I like, so just FYI, like people that are listening for the first time, like I came from the human trafficking. Like one of the things that I was really, so I went from the Kinder
I didn't
Vision.
know that.
Yeah. So Kinder Vision was the nonprofit that I worked for. Then I deep dove into the human trafficking, and like the story behind that was absolutely like how everything happened and unfolded. So when I was working for AT&T and DirecTV, I got immersely involved into AI and stuff like that. And I'm like going, well, why can't I use this AI and this technology to help, human trafficking and like those type of victims?
It's serious.
And so I was actually working on a full feature film that I was going to be director, producer, and like the full. I was going to do the entire movie.
Okay.
And the guy was the guy that I was working with, who had CIA and FBI operatives that were giving him the scripts of different scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
So like I was working with him and stuff, and so I came into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I was dealing with the developers and stuff that worked with Salesforce.
I love Salesforce.
You know Salesforce?
Yes. I love it.
So I had this guy that was like, I invented this plan.
Mm-hmm.
So we had, in what I was working with, we had the sales, we had traffic, and we had finance team.
Okay.
So leadership, the higher ups, were basically like, well, why is sales and why is traffic and why is finance, why are their numbers not the same?
Yeah.
And I go, let me solve that.
Please.
I'm like, hold on, let me figure this out.
Yeah.
And so I realized, so the sales numbers come in, and whether the contract's agreed or disagreed, whether it's solidified or whatever, it goes a certain course, right?
Yeah, interesting.
And so, I go, okay, so traffic can only deal with what has been approved and what has been sold, right?
Yeah.
And then I go, finance can only deal with what transactions they've accrued to pay for. So I basically, instead of them operating as silos, I said, hey, I'm going to create a buy flow. It's called a buy flow.
Okay.
And so
Learning so much today.
I
love it.
Business is my forte. I can literally, no bullshit, I can go into any company, any business, and make them run better.
That's so cool.
And I literally can put my whole fucking house on that I can make any company run better.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm going to explain to you how.
Yeah.
Okay, so we realized sales numbers were coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Traffic numbers said, well, we can't offer all of what you're willing to have your client offer, so we'll offer this, and this, because it belongs to time slots.
Okay.
So if you're trying to advertise on regular TV, you have a certain time slots.
Yeah.
It's very complex, and it's funny because I'll tell you after.
Complicated.
I'll tell you afterwards why it's very complex.
Interesting.
And so then the finance goes, okay, so you only have these slots available, right?
Yeah.
So the client only booked this one, that one, and this one, and
you've
not
got
all of them.
other slots to fill.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the finance goes, well, we're only going to fill 3 of the 8 slots.
Wow.
And so now that's why, and that's what I'm trying to explain to the leadership. That's why your finance, your traffic, and your sales, none of those numbers align.
Yeah.
And so what I built was a way for all of those numbers, instead of operating in because what they were doing, they were operating in a silo. And in business, you will never, ever, ever, ever be successful if you're operating in a silo. If the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing, you're fucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's literally what was happening. The left hand didn't know what the middle hand or the right hand was doing.
Let's bring it together, y'all.
Yeah, in leadership, they saw that, they realized that, and they were like, oh shit, we don't have a solution. And I'm going,
right here. Hello.
Oh, like,
Hold my beer.
yeah, hold my beer,
Let me
motherfucker.
take
I've
care
had
of
a.
Yeah.
Well, here's the craziest part.
Yeah.
So, 90% of their business was sports.
Okay.
So when the pandemic hit,
Oh.
what was the first thing affected? All sports.
You can even go to a baseball.
Nine-
They had the like paper cutouts of fans in the baseball games. Oh my gosh, yes.
90% of their
Wow.
business. So here's the fucked up part.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, these executives came running,
Yeah.
sprinting.
Wow.
Like, this guy had already projected and already knew
Yeah.
this was going to happen.
Yeah.
Why? When you're operating a fucking business, if 90% of your business is reliant on one thing, you're dumb.
You're done.
Like, let me just be like,
You're
honestly,
dumb.
like, you're dumb.
And
And so,
let me
like,
tell you what to do.
I'm like, I literally saw that and I'm going, oh my God. Like, this
Look at you.
whole entire company would have imploded on
Yeah.
itself.
Wow.
And so, like I said, I go, here we go. And based on the numbers and based on everything else, I go, look at the advertisers that are advertising right now.
Yeah.
Because being a huge corporation that they are,
Mhm.
there are certain industries and I'm being very cautious of the words I choose because
Right.
I know legal because I've dealt with legal.
Right.
They're very cautious of who they let advertise. So like
Yeah.
let me put that in an example. Like adult oriented or gambling oriented.
Oh, yeah.
So that was an uphill battle because I showed them the numbers. I go, gambling right now is up 87%. And I'm like going,
Mhm.
all your other numbers are down 87 or 88, 100%.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is the one industry that is growing. And because I tracked all the metrics of each individual company in each individual industry, I was the only one that had the information that was key to the success of the business.
Yeah.
Here's the fucked up part. They got profitable.
Uh-huh.
They sold the company.
Oh no.
Yeah. So who was one of the last people to let go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's the fucked up part. And that's one of the main reasons why I got into the business that I'm in now
Yeah.
is because, like, I don't know shit about wheels and casters. and that's fine.
Yeah.
But I know about sales. And
Yeah.
I know about money. And I know
Yeah.
about, like, business.
And not everybody can do sales.
Yeah. No.
So, I mean, that's already, and sales, there's always going to be opportunity in sales.
Yeah.
Always.
Well, and
And
here's-
I remember even when I was recruiting, like people would be like, oh, like you look like you love your job. You have so much fun. It's stable. They're like, are you guys hiring? And some of my friends would even ask me, and I'm like, yeah, no, we're not. Because I don't think they couldn't do it. They wouldn't make it.
No, and that's the thing is like I don't know of all my friends and everybody, like I don't know a single person that can do what I am. And I'm
That
like
makes you
I'm
stand
not trying to
apart.
like
I'm rare and priceless. Come find me. Yes, you are. You're a unicorn.
I am, and like
I'm a unicorn now.
I know that's why that's why we get along great.
You're lucky I'm not in my giraffe onesie right now.
I was gonna say I got a unicorn onesie.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, like don't turn this into a
We should do a second one in our onesie.
So this is what I love about Jackie. Like her and I, like we can be goofy and
Yeah.
wild as fuck,
Yeah.
and like no fucks given. Like she's not gonna look down on me, and I'm
Yeah.
not gonna look down.
No judgment.
Like literally, like we would look at each other and be like, "We're gonna remember this forever.
I'm just gonna dangle. We're gonna dangle.
We're gonna dangle, and everything is gonna be amazing."
The best. The best. And you don't have a lot of friends like that in your lifetime.
No, and that's one of the things is like I've been wanting to get you on the podcast because
Yeah.
I was like, you know what, like just your energy level, like just you,
Yeah.
as much as I know you and as much as I've like hung out with you
Yeah.
and everything else, and like I always have a good time, and like
Yeah.
I'm like she's
never
like
had any drama.
embodying, yes,
Yeah.
I'm like she's embodying the
Yeah.
spirit of like no drama,
Mhm.
no like,
No
ladies,
drama
listen,
llama.
no drama, no bullshit.
Drama sometimes finds me, but I'm just like, nope, I don't want to.
Oh,
I don't
girl,
hear about it.
you want to hear about drama fighting?
But people like come to me with their drama, and like even in their relationship problems, people always come to me for relationship advice. Always, I have like, and this has happened my whole life. Well, since college, I guess, since I was dating and not afraid of boys. So like when I was in college, I stopped being afraid of boys. But yeah, they always come to me, and I'm the one who ends up in toxic relationships. And like coaches don't play very well, obviously, but I give really good relationship advice.
So let me ask you this on that point: do you follow your own advice, or do you have people that are like literally trying to tell you?
Feel attacked right now.
Do you have people that are literally trying to tell you follow your own
advice? Yes. No, I have not followed my own advice, but I have learned. And right now I can tell you I'm in such a good place right now.
I am too. I'm probably in one of the best places. Like I'm actually in a place that's so fucking good. I gotta get rid of it.
Dave, no one will.
I'm not trying to I'm literally in a place where I'm like, things are so well, and there's so many. Okay, so it's
like we know how to have healthy relationships, but like we tolerate things because I've tolerated things that I knew I didn't deserve, but I was forgiving and I was like trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm a healer and I have empathy, and so like that I would get stuck on that, and I'm like, maybe they'll change, maybe I can fix them. I've had that savior complex, but I've also have that people pleasing complex, and I've been in therapy for like 8 years now, and I had to learn, and it took me a long time, but now.
So what did you learn? What did you take away from that?
I have learned not to ignore red flags. Listen to my
if you can wrap your fucking whole entire body.
No, it's crazy. Because I did ignore a ton of red flags.
So let's take step by step. Let's break it down. So what I know my answer, but what made you, even though you're seeing the red flags, what made you continue? What part of you was like, I can fix this?
Well, with the last one,
well,
I guess the one before that, with the one that I was engaged to, I got attached. Like he would love bomb me, and I didn't know what love bombing was.
Well, yeah, explain to the audience what love bombing
is. When really fast, he told me he loved me on, I think it was the second date, and he made this facade of everything that I love.
So that would have been my first red flag.
Yeah.
If somebody loves you don't,
oh my God,
you love a persona
yeah.
of me. You don't love the actual me.
But before him, I'd been single for 4 years.
Yeah.
So I ignored that. I ignored he was very manipulative. I just believed everything he said. I'm like, oh well, yeah.
What kind of manipulative things did he do?
He would say everything I wanted to hear, and it would just fill my head,
So he gaslit you, he would fill you full of
my person. I've waited forever for you. I'm gonna marry you. And I'd never heard that before. I mean, I was with a guy for 5.5 years, and we hardly talked about marriage. So being on the other end, I'd never experienced that.
You were hearing all the things you wanted to hear. Yeah. He was basically a narcissist.
And he had everything I wanted. He had the kids. He had a good job. He had, from the looks of it, it looked like he had everything I wanted. I wanted a family. He seemed like a good dad, all the things.
But hold on. Let's backtrack on that. Mm-hmm. Do you want to just add water family, or do you want a family that you created?
I can add to a family I would definitely want to create a family, but like I said, if I don't have my own kids, I want to become a part of a family and make that my own family.
So let me ask you this. How many relationships have you been in that you were part insta family?
With their family or with kids?
Kids. Yeah. Well,
these days people introduce their kids with no time at all. But kids, as soon as you meet the kids, they're like, can you stay over? Can you come hang out? And so I've dated 3 guys long term with kids, and I love every single one of them. So
The kids or
the kids, and actually all of my exes, I'm friends with their family still, except for the fiance, the ex-fiance. I'm still friends with like his sisters, but everything else, and his kid, I still talk to his daughter. But I'm friends with all of my ex's family still. So, you know, they love me.
All right, so like that's where you and I are vastly different. Like when I cut ties with,
I'm still friends with some of my exes. Like we're cordial. There's no, you know.
I'm friends with a few after they've like, they've apologized,
right? Which might take a long time.
Yeah, exactly. Like they realize they done fucked up.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think with a lot of the relationships I've had long term, there was understanding of why we were breaking up, and it wasn't like I've only had 2 like super toxic breakups, and both of them were alcoholics. So I'm very passionate about that, and educating people on it, because that has to be the worst addiction you can have, really, because it's everywhere. It's so socially acceptable. It's given away for free in grocery stores, but it's also like one of the most fatal.
Wait, what's given away free?
Alcohol. Yeah, wine samples.
Okay, I'm like going, wait, what grocery store is giving away free alcohol? I'm going.
Those breakups
there
were hard, you know. But I felt for them because I wanted to save them. You know, I knew, you saw their potential. I saw their potential. I was like,
thank you.
He's such a good guy.
Thank you. And that like, so like that's where you and I are on the same page of like,
competent, please.
I'm like, I see the potential, like, and that's where I am. Like, I'm a visionary, so like, I don't, and this is one of the things. Like, I've talked to other people recently and realized like my perspective of things is not everybody's perspective. Like me, like I can see something, but I can see the finished product, and then I can work in reverse and see how all of the elements make up the whole.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of people just like, they see something and they're like, oh, this needs to be done. Me, I'm like, I see this needs to be done, but this is how.
Yeah.
This is how it was assembled. This is how it comes together. So if you're wanting to make a modification or a change, like, this is how you do it.
But how are you with seeing other people's perspectives and understanding that, and maybe not always agreeing with that, but still understanding and accepting it?
So that goes back to like listening, a lot of listening and understanding like where they're coming from, and like seeing, okay, and then explaining to them, like, and walking, and this is what I've learned recently. I tell people, like, walk me through your process. And so, like, I won't say anything until the very end, and then I will re-walk them through that same process and show them the things that they missed. Because the thing is like, if I tell somebody how to do something, they're never going to learn anything.
But what do you call that? Communication.
Well, that's what I said that from the get-go. I'm like,
People don't communicate anymore.
But like, you will never be successful in anything if you don't communicate. Like, that's the thing, is you have to have that open communication. And here's the thing, is like, you can't,
and have the difficult conversation.
Thank you. And that's where I was just going to say, I was like, you can't be offended or upset when a conversation hits you that you don't agree with. No, digest that. Like, sit back and let them tell you why they're upset or why this is bothering them. Sit back, understand, and then go, okay.
Right.
Expand on how I can make this better.
Yes, that's great. And like kind of what you said earlier, you listen to understand.
Yes.
And a lot of people
not listen to respond.
Yes.
Bam.
Boom.
Bam. And I know that was like one of my biggest things with one of the girls that is actually listening and watching right now.
Hey girl, what's your name?
I will not mention names.
We love her.
Was like, I responded to, you know, like you said, like, you know,
it's a learning thing.
It is. And it's like,
And as long as you have that self-awareness and that accountability, I mean,
And I think like we had better communication after the fact than we did during the fact. And that was one of like, and I understood like she was upset because she knew that I like loved redheads. She
Right.
loved that I like she.
you're crazy.
I know, and I'm like, I'm trying to explain this to somebody, but she's like, but that's what you like. I go,
Yeah.
just because I like fucking
Yeah.
electrocution
yeah.
doesn't mean I like to be electrocuted.
Yeah, exactly. That's so, yeah.
It's like just because I like to play with fire doesn't mean I like to be burned. Like that's what I was trying to instill and like, and
a lot
I
of
realized
issues you can really squash if you just communicate.
well, and the thing was just like she was absolutely right. Like I was.
Oh, did you just say she was right?
I said she was right.
You're
Yeah, did you hear that?
You're a baller. I like it. You're a
So I
baller.
was like, she was right that I was like head on a swivel, like looking for like whatever, anybody other than her. Because I was single at the fucking time.
Yeah.
I'm like, is this the one that I'm supposed to be with? Like,
It's a
yeah.
transition, dude. Going from being single for so long to being in a relationship, there is a transition.
Yes. And like
You're not the same person in a relationship.
exactly. And the problem was, and I bear full responsibility for this, was because that was the way the beginning of the relationship started. So she throughout the relationship was like, this is his mindset.
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't, like I was literally growing content and I was literally growing like with being with that person and not needing that chaos.
Right.
And like liking the fact that like there's no bullshit, no drama, no blah blah blah. But like she didn't see that. She saw like this is his interest. This is what he's into. And she didn't see the transition.
Yeah.
And
people overthink too. I'm a huge overthinker.
Yeah. Well, and it sucks because it took us breaking up and everything else and us going our different ways. Her dating somebody, me dating somebody, to realize like where we fucked up. But like me, I look and I value that information because I take that and then I learn for the next situation. Because me, I'm like, if I walk away from something and I didn't learn anything, then to me, that was a waste of time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all about growth.
Yeah, like you can't grow from something you don't learn from. And like that's what I realized in that situation. I'm like, I'm literally walking away with nothing. Like I'm not bettering myself.
That's like one of the questions I ask when I date. I'm
What's
like,
that?
what, how, about if they get into breakups, I'm like, what did you learn from that relationship?
Yeah.
What did you learn from it?
Because I mean, in all honesty, like every single breakup, I've learned something
so much.
completely different.
Yeah.
And each one.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a good sign because if you are experiencing the same thing over and over again, then that's a you problem.
Yeah.
I'm just saying because
if
you're experiencing, then that means there's something you're doing.
Yep.
But mine have been exclusively different things and different angles and different.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, no, it's just not me. It's just this person was into this. This person was into that.
Yeah.
Person, like, so
when
I'm
I was
like
talking to my therapist, she'd be like, you've had these relationships and they've become toxic and it's not. It's like, why did you tolerate that? Why did you tolerate that? It's a me problem. It's me. I don't know. I didn't have self-worth. I didn't have, confidence. There were things that I needed to work on. I wasn't,
So you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
And so like, just for the listening audience, for you ladies especially, the more beautiful you are, the less confidence you have. And so
I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty sexy.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like the more beautiful you are, like your confidence, your
so much hate for having. People hate.
You know what? Okay, so I'm glad you brought that up. That is a great segue. So I actually had somebody that I was interviewing that said I was cocky.
Yeah.
And I said, you know the difference between cocky and confidence? And they said, no, there's not a difference. And I said, I go, cocky is sure of something based on zero information, based on zero data. Confidence is they're confident in what they can do, but it's verifiable by data and information. I go, the difference between cocky and confidence is data. And that's like, I literally explained this to a
Yeah.
client, and they were just like,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
and they were like, this is our problem. We've been hiring cocky fucking people that say they can do the job,
Right.
but no quantifiable data
Yeah.
that can prove they can do the job.
It's a whole difference. Look at a completely different outcome there. It's so true, though. It's so true.
Yeah.
And like for me, I post a lot about self-love, and I went through a number of years where I felt so worthless. I had no self-worth. I wasn't confident. I was, I was just not in a good place,
Yeah.
And it took me a long time to get to where I'm at, where I like truly love who I am.
So let me ask you, like, if you don't mind me asking,
Yeah.
like, what brought you into that place where you just?
I've been cheated on in almost every relationship but one. I've been cheated on in every relationship but one.
So have you looked back and like try to figure out, like, I mean, I'm not saying it's you, like.
No, I mean, believe me.
I mean, I know, like, when you get to
I
that
can say
point,
something, but this is one thing I'm probably not gonna say. But I like to. I have a high sex drive. I'm very with any guy I'm with. And so I was like, why? Why would they do that? Like,
yeah, no, exactly. Like, if your drive is up there, like, why the fuck would they go anywhere else when, like,
But-
hey, it's right here?
they weren't healed. They had addiction.
Thank you.
They weren't healed.
No, and this is why I wanted to ask, because this is the question that, like, a lot of women don't understand. Like, are you fully healed?
But
Like,
people don't take the time and the work to do that. They just
Yeah.
fill holes and voids.
right?
Yeah, that's
I like that.
Yeah.
No, I
not
mean,
a good thing.
and that's exactly like where I've been the last 2 years. Like, I'm like, I'm just I'm not trying to fill a void. I'm not trying to, like,
But it, like, people don't. This is one thing I see a lot in the dating world. Is
What's
a
that?
lot of people. This is one of my red flags. If you are just now getting a divorce and you're dating and you say you're looking for a serious relationship, I'm like, wait, you gotta tell. Like, how? You need to
Yeah.
learn how to be alone again. You need to
Yep.
find yourself outside of your partner, and that unity that you had for so many years. And it's like, oh well, no, I'm ready. But then you get to know
They're
them,
not.
they're not ready.
They're
They think
not.
they're ready.
I've dated
So
many a
when they
girl that was like that. That was like, literally, they made bad decisions
Yeah.
and they dated certain people, and then they came back to me and were like,
Mhm.
I really wish I would have
Yeah.
not chose. And I go, you already made the choice. I'm gone.
I've been the
Bye.
girl. I've been that girl who broke a heart because I wasn't ready and I thought I was. I was like, you know what? No, like, he'll heal me. I can date. He's such a great guy, and he was a great guy. And he still is a great guy, and I feel like I really messed that one up. But at the same time, I just wasn't ready, and he moved
Yeah.
way too fast, and it hurt me to hurt him. But I thought, I was like, well, this will be a good distraction and we have so much fun. And he told me he loved me within a month. So that was really fast. But other than that, I did jump the gun after I left my engagement, and I took a couple months, but not enough time because I went through a lot and I needed more time. And I was like, oh, I can date, like, he's dating, I'm good. I can go out and meet people, and maybe I'm not getting any younger, so why not? But I just hadn't taken that time to process. And I really messed up. I hurt him, and it sucked. And then at that point, I was like, okay, I'm not dating.
So
And
you hurt
that's
him.
why I've
How
been
did
single
you?
for a year and a half now?
How did you hurt him? Like,
I spent time with him, and
Uh-huh.
he even asked me in the beginning. He's like, "Are you sure you're ready?" Because I shared my story with him about what I went through with my engagement and everything,
Mhm.
and kind of what went down. And he was like, "Are you sure you're ready?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm good. Like, it's I've went through it, and I know what happened, and I know what I want, and I know
Yeah.
that I can love someone."
Right.
And I wasn't ready. I really wasn't ready. I was just trying to distract myself and kind of fill the void, and it was awful. That's not. Don't recommend it. It hurts.
So let me ask you,
I'm
like,
still hurting.
like
So
what I've learned in life, like, it's not just relationships and everything. It's like, are you ever ready? Like,
hurt people, but there is a
Yeah.
chance, like healing. When you heal, and I don't think I'm ever really fully healed, but when I have triggers or when I see different things, I know how to manage them better.
Mhm.
And I know how to kind of, instead of going the toxic route, be the healthy route, and controlling my emotions more. And
So can you walk us through that, like, that kind of process?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, every relationship you learn from, and I do not like raising my voice at anyone.
Mm.
Like if we're going to have an argument, which I don't, it's just really hard to make me mad. But I don't like raising my voice, and I don't like having anyone yell at me.
Mm.
And in that one relationship, the toxic one, he would like yell at me, and I caught myself like defending myself and yelling back, and I was like, "Who is this person?
Yeah.
Who am I? Like, this is not me."
Yeah.
I lost myself in that relationship.
No, and like, let me ask you, like, after you feel like you've lost yourself, like, how long did it take to recover? Like,
That's the
you
thing. Yeah.
and that was one of the things that I realized, and like, this is actually one of the things I'm still struggling today, to this very day. It's like I felt like I lost myself for trying to be embody somebody that I wasn't,
Yeah.
rather than focusing on who I am and what I am and what I stand for. I was literally trying to change my life and trying to change everything to appease somebody that I was with, and like realizing like I lost the thing, the drive, like the mojo, like literally like the go juice, like the guy that like literally kicked down fucking doors and like, and I'm like going, how the fuck did I
get here?
I know, and I'm like going, and then like, this is the biggest I've ever been. Like, I've never.
I named my belly Gilbert.
Yeah.
I should have never named her.
And I'm like going, this is the biggest I've ever been in my entire life. Like, I look back.
I give myself a little grace. I lost myself, but I give myself a little grace because I have had a rough year. So,
hey, baby girl, like, I've had a rough year, rough 2 days, rough 1 day.
Yeah.
I can spill the tea on that shit. Like, okay, so let me because you were messaging me. I was like, oh, this girl has no fucking idea what the fuck I've experienced the last 3 days.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. I was like, what's happening?
So I went to pick up my Range Rover, right?
Yeah.
It's at this fucking hot lot, or like fucking a storage lot in Denton, right?
Yeah.
So like, I got this trailer with the winch and everything, and mind you, this winch is one thing I bought. The trailer is actually a buddy of mine. He races Porsches.
Okay.
So it's his Porsche trailer, blah blah blah. I've used it for 3 or 4 of my other vehicles.
Okay.
So I pull this thing out, like, go to pull my Range Rover up onto this fucking winch and everything. Get 3/4 of the way up the ramp, and then the fucking cable snaps.
Oh no.
So the whole fucking Range Rover
No.
now, mind you, I find out after the fact, weighs almost 8,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Rolls backwards off the ramp and goes smooth into their gated fucking fence and destroys.
Oh my goodness.
5 feet.
Oh my god.
Takes the fucking gate and just ruins it.
Wow. Oh my god.
And so
I don't even know what I would do.
I literally, so as the Range Rover starts rolling off this fucking ramp, I'm fucking sprinting.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, I missed. So when the cable snapped,
That's terrifying.
The rope and all that shit went flying to my left. So luckily, like, I was at a place where I was hiding.
Yeah.
In between, like, smart enough to like not get whacked in the fucking face.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
So I sprint and I'm running a lot, and I can't wait to see the video, like the storage facility video, security cameras, because I'm fucking sprinting. I grab the fucking driver's side rear view, like side view mirror, and I pull, and the whole thing swivels.
Oh
So I'm like going, well, that ain't gonna work.
Oh man!
I keep fucking running, and I grab the door handle.
Yeah.
Pull the door handle. I'm still holding on to that fucking same side view mirror.
Yeah.
Mind you, like, at this point now it's folded in.
Yeah.
I'm hanging on to this.
Visualizing all
I'm
this.
jumping in the Range Rover.
Oh my god. Did
Slam-
anybody get this on camera?
Oh yeah, the security. Like what I was saying, like when the
That's why I said-
security footage gets released, shit's gonna be fucking hilarious.
You're putting on AFB. Oh my god.
So that's why I was like, I
He's still not-
can't make this shit up. Like the last 2 days have been epic.
Oh
Is
my
historically like insane.
God. I love it.
Okay, so anyway, so this thing fucking crashes through their fucking gate, right?
Oh my god.
Takes the whole entire gate off the rail system, off the chain system.
Yeah.
Luckily, I was able to throw it in park and like grab the handle or grab the mirror and like 1 foot in.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I have 1 foot on the ground, 1 foot on the mirror, and
Oh,
1
God.
foot. And I'm like,
Oh my! It's like one of those like videos. They are driving and they get out of their car to dance, and then the car keeps going. Like,
yeah.
wait, no!
It was like I'm literally getting dragged with this.
Oh my
motherfucker.
god! Please send me this video.
Oh man, it was so bad.
I will thank you for this video.
I finally got it to a full fucking
I was gonna
stop.
say what happened. To you? I'm like crying right now.
And so I look at the rover and I'm like
Oh my
going,
God.
damn man, the rover didn't even sustain any fucking damage. And then I look at the fence, I'm like, what the fence?
Not you!
Sure as shit,
You've been broken. You had bruises the next day. Oh man! But did you die?
But did I die? No.
No.
Thank fucking God.
God. I'm still here. I'm glad. I'm glad you're still here.
But yeah, so like this Rover Range Rover that I got is like, it has been a epic fucking.
You've had an adventure.
I've had
already.
a multiple. So I get it to my house. Okay, so
Yeah.
let me backtrack. This
Okay.
is why I was like, we got to talk about our weeks.
Yes.
Because our weeks may not be different.
Right.
So it took a tow truck company
Yeah.
to pull it out from the hot lot
Oh my god.
to where my trailer was, $100, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Then it was another $100 to take it from the hot lot
Oh
to my house.
no.
We get it to my house. We park it in the street.
Mhm.
Lake Dallas, in their infinite wisdom,
Mhm.
decided they're going to ticket every fucking person
No.
in the entire neighborhood
No.
that has a vehicle that's not registered.
Oh my god.
And because I just
You
pulled
just got this.
this, yes, it is now flagged
What?
as a non-registered,
Bitches.
towable, impoundable vehicle. And I'm like, I
Ah.
just got this out of
Ah.
fucking impound.
Your luck. Just your luck.
And I'm like going, dude, I can't make this shit
Oh
up.
my
Like
God.
this,
I feel bad for the people who work there.
the last 2 days have been absolutely like insane. I'm like, I can't make this fucking shit.
I know a guy who got his car towed and he went to go pick up his car
Uh-huh.
and he was giving the girl so much shit. She was being a bitch back. But they have like the little section where you pay them.
Uh-huh.
He literally unzipped his pants and peed. He pissed in there.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
I feel bad for them. They deal with a lot, but you've had a bad day and get your car impounded. Ugh. And it's expensive.
What? And like, I told the lady, I go, hey, look, like, there's no need to get the fucking police involved.
Right.
So she literally was like,
and you should
well,
just,
it's company policy. We got to get the police involved. I go,
or some-
no.
If
If I stepped on the gas and floored it through your fucking fence,
yeah.
yes, I was at fault.
There's no violence here.
I go,
She's choosing violence.
yeah. And I like, and it was so great because the Denton County, one of the police officers
Yeah.
showed up hot as fuck.
Ooh.
Yeah, she was
There you
like,
go. Yeah.
bon appetit.
Let me help you.
So she showed up and she like looked at what I was doing and like what was going on, and she was like, yeah, like
What is this?
Yeah,
I get it.
nobody was injured, right? I was
They have
like,
better
no.
things to do.
And that's what I told her. I was like, hey, I apologize. I go, I know you have way better things to do. And I told her, I was like, I was willing and wanting to leave here like an hour and a half ago. I go, this is the third tow service. So no, what you don't know, I had 3 tow companies come to tow the vehicle, but none of them would do it because the owner or like the person that was in charge of the property management, whatever, they're like, well, the owner is like, you can't move the vehicle until like the police show up, and I'm like,
all the
that's your policy. That ain't my fucking policy.
What? Did you just make this up? Yeah.
And so when she showed up, and she was like beautiful, she was amazing. She was like, literally, she goes, I told her, she goes, there's nothing to.
It does help if you cooperate,
Yes.
Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and like she was awesome. She was amazing. I might date her. I don't know.
Well, it worked out.
Like at the end of the day, it worked out.
That's what matters.
Nah, just kidding. Like, no.
What an adventure, though.
Oh, it was like the last couple days. Oh, so get this. So that happens, right? Yeah. So like, I get these warnings on. So I have 7 vehicles.
So much maintenance.
So I have 7 vehicles.
Vehicle whore.
that are lined up along the street. So yes, I am partially to blame for buying all the vehicles in the neighborhood.
You worked for the Range Rover. You worked for it.
Oh, dude, that Range Rover. Oh my god.
It made you work.
I have never worked so hard for a fucking vehicle that Range Rover.
So do all of your 7 cars have names?
No, they don't. I know.
Devin.
I know.
Why?
I'm flipping them. That's why.
Yeah.
The Range Rover I might hang on to just because of the.
After everything you went through, gosh, y'all been through a lot. You might as well.
Yeah. The Acura I'm getting rid of. The Toyota Prius I'm getting rid of. The Ford Econoline FedEx van getting rid of.
Oh
yeah.
Man.
So that one I was actually going to build into a RV.
My friend did that. She bought a bus and flipped it.
But the thing is, I'm like, I'm better off just flipping it in its stage now and then let somebody else.
If you find like an old Bronco, can you get it, flip it, and
Here's the cool thing. So that FedEx van has 360 cameras all the way around it. And so when you hit the left turn signal, it automatically fires up the camera on the left side.
Oh.
When you hit the right turn signal, it fires up the like.
Oh, wow.
So I literally was telling people, I'm like,
that's pretty cool.
That alone,
yeah.
I'm like tempted to keep it because I'm like, I don't know if none of my other vehicles, none of my other 7
like the Air Force One,
have
Air
that.
Force One Advance. The Air Force One Advance.
Yes, I'm gonna put it as a
the van force,
FBI white security.
Ground force one. I'm like thinking Air Force, no, ground force one. It's
ground force. It's FBI like security van.
Yep. Oh my god, that's so
I actually already have a fucking Wi-Fi dedicated to that. Yes, I do.
As long as it doesn't look like the creepy vans you see,
It's got FedEx on the side.
It's a lie. You're not FedEx.
There's nothing creepy about it.
With all the cameras. Seriously, that's so cool that you find that the neatest thing.
I do. I'm good at finding things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a matter of so right now I have $150,000 worth of projectors.
What?
Movie projectors, like what you would see at like a movie theater.
Yeah.
So I have $150,000 worth of movie theater projectors that so they average $17,099 a piece,
Oh my gosh.
and so I'm selling them for $2,000.
Judy.
Judy.
That ice cream man, yeah, I could see it. I could see it.
I know. I was like, man, I could put a badass system on there.
Yes.
Play some ice cream man
Put a
music with
PA
some subs.
system on there. Get your sexiest voice. Do some ASMR on the FedEx thing and through the street.
Oh shit.
We got packages for you.
That would be fucking awesome.
Come check out our packages.
You scream, I scream, we all scream. Right, it's ice cream.
Oh man, that's so funny. That's so cool. I want to see it now. I want to see it. That's hilarious. Do you you still get excited about the ice cream trucks that come? You hear like
Oh yeah,
ice cream tune and like
so my buddy
your inner
had
child comes out immediately. You're like ice cream.
yes. So my buddy had a wedding shower, and they had fucking ice cream truck show up,
Oh, fun.
but it had alcohol.
Oh wow.
It was like ice cream infused with alcohol, and I was like,
That's extreme. I've never heard of that. That's
it's
really good.
It was badass.
Mhm.
And the problem was I had bought, like, I was like, I need to try
It's like
one
a
of
wedding shower.
everything. And like,
Yeah,
I bought,
absolutely.
and I ate like one, and I stored the rest in the refrigerator, and
my
like,
God.
of course, because it's a
It was on a
fucking,
wedding shower.
yeah. I was like, it's a wedding shower. I'm never gonna get access to that ever.
Yeah. See, whenever I was planning my wedding, all we wanted was a pretzel bar. We just wanted a pretzel bar.
Like
We wanted
beer pretzels,
with like different sauces. That's all we wanted. I was like, we can
stone
do
ground
whatever-
mustard. Yeah.
whatever else you want, but we just want a pretzel bar. If you like,
Are you German?
No, we just like pretzels. Yeah. I do love cheese. That's how I keep this badass. It's true. I have to work on that. But no, it's that's all I wanted. So like if you were to ever get married, what's the one thing that you had to have? Pretzel bars. Sounds pretty good. Or an ice cream bar. Ice cream. You'd bring that ice cream, that alcoholic ice cream machine there.
I don't know. Like what's the one thing? Like,
one thing you have to have.
like to me, I'm like more about the memories and about the like when you walk away with like the experience.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you ever like
So, like, I'm like,
videography is
shit,
the
how
one
the
thing you
fuck?
should have for sure. For sure. My
Yeah.
sister got married, and
your Twinkie.
my Twinkie, my twin, when she got married.
It's so funny
didn't
when I
do-
finally met you. And
Really?
yes.
Do you think we look alike?
Yes and no.
We got mixed up. We've switched places one time before, and then one of my boyfriends confused us before too. Like thought that I was her.
So does she have the same eye?
We're
No.
polar opposites. Polar opposites.
I mean, I knew that from based on like the few.
Yeah.
Like what I
Love
love,
you. Love Jamie.
what I love about like you're just like I don't give a fuck.
So,
And she's very conservative and very
yeah.
yeah. And I was like,
Well, when she gets
I'm like,
drunk,
obviously I'm with the right twin.
when Jamie gets drunk, Sasha comes out. And that's
Oh, I
fun.
remember-
That's fun.
I
But
remember, yeah.
she's so fun. That's like more okay. I see me there. But like people think I'm drunk when I'm sober sometimes. I'm like, no, this is just me. But yeah, I'm definitely more outspoken, more vocal. You know, like I talk to her about things like sex sometimes, and she's like, "Ew, gross," and I'm like, "What? It's
What are we,
perfectly-
5?
perfectly natural to masturbate. I'm single. You're a woman. It's perfectly natural." And she always calls me like when it's happening, and I'm like, "Jamie," and like it's like the twin sense.
Oh,
Doesn't get it.
yeah.
But like if she doesn't get a hold of me on the first time, she will call me 5 times.
She knows
She's
you're.
like, I'm like, I'm busy, and she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Leave me alone." I'm like, obviously.
Well, no, it's funny because like the twins. So I actually dated a
It's
girl.
perfectly healthy, by the way, ladies. Don't ever be ashamed of that.
Yeah, no, and exactly like is a guy that's respectable Like he's like a fucking amen. Like let's, yeah.
But there's a difference in like for guys, and it could go for girls too. But there's a difference in like masturbating for guys and like watching a lot of porn.
All right,
I think
let's dive into it. Go ahead, go ahead.
I think that could ruin a lot for things.
What?
Porn.
A guy watching porn?
A lot of it, yeah. Because so in my whole life,
no, go ahead.
My whole life, I've watched porn like 5 times in my life. I'm 36.
Okay, so what does that mean? So what do you take away from that?
Well, I watched it in the beginning in college to learn things.
Ding, ding, ding. So you took it away in education.
No,
like there's no wrong answer.
Yeah.
Like don't feel bad. Like no.
But
like,
I feel like with men, y'all are such visual creatures.
We are.
And it could become these fantasies that are just not going to be fulfilled by average women.
Yes and no.
Mm-hmm.
So, depending on the man, obviously, what excites him is different from the next guy. Just like with you, things that excite you are going to be different than even your own Twinkie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
your person and her person might be polar opposite.
Yeah.
Even though y'all are, for all intents and purposes,
the
same chromosome.
That's so weird.
I know. Trust me, I know a lot about Twinkies.
Are we related?
Like if she commits a murder, yes, you can be fucking
Okay, you can identify me by my kids have ID numbers. This is Selma. This is Louise. Okay, baby. This is Selma. This is Louise. You can.
Selma and Louise.
Selma and Louise. Yeah, the girls are here. Their names. Yeah, you can. If someone murders me, they can look up my serial numbers. Yeah.
I know, and
but we're so
it's fucked up because like there's actually been murders that have been solved by that. Honestly, like so it's like it's cool, but at the same time it's fucked up.
It's protection.
Protection.
Did I just snort? Seriously. It's so wild, yeah. But no, we're so different. I mean, and I'm taller than her. I'm 5'10" and a half. And she's like 5'7". She's the perfect little height. She's gorgeous. And she just, I mean, I ate my vegetables when I was younger, and she ate ketchup.
She ate the paint.
Yeah, she ate ketchup. But like, yeah, I'm like definitely more outspoken and outgoing.
No, it's funny because like I met you at Grapevine Wine Fest, and that was the first time
I remember that day. It was so fun.
It was so much fun. Like, and I got to meet your sister, and she was so like conservative, like trying to cover your titties.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Yes. And
and it was so.
Were you in the car with us, my friend?
Yes.
Friend David. He was like, Jamie was like, "I'm not moving until everyone buckles up." She's like, "Buckle up." Is everyone buckled? And David's like, "Wow, like how old are we?" But she cares. She cares.
I know, and it was just funny because like knowing you and like hanging out with you and like knowing like and then finally meeting her, and I'm like going, these two could not be more polar opposite.
I'll say things like, Jackie, oh my god, how would you say that? You know, she's like, you should really think about what people are gonna think if you say that. I'm like, no, I don't care.
Like, I have no fucks to give.
No, don't care.
No, it was funny because like that was the first time that I've ever met you and her at the same time in the same place.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, like clearly I'm with the fun one.
Sasha is.
I'm with the fun twin.
Jamie can be fun. Like sometimes she'll be funny, and I'm like, oh, this okay, that's good. Like she's funny, but yeah, no, we're just so different. I mean, there's a lot of things about her that I admire. Like, she's very clean. She's like almost OCD clean. There's a place for everything. She has labels. She has amazing fashion. She's so fashionable. I don't care. And she's like, she can do her makeup perfectly. And, you know, I wish I could do that. She's a very good organizer. I can be clean, but like I can also get messy. Like it can get a little bit messy, and then I'm like, okay, we're done. Like I've got to clean up, and I'll clean up. But she's always like, it's always house is clean, shoes are by the door, you know, all the dishes are up, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we actually recently talked about this too.
Really?
Yeah, because like I might have dishes in the sink for like a day or two,
Uh-huh.
and that would drive Jamie crazy.
So like my thing is, and this is why like when I cook, I always take pictures of the sink and the dishwasher afterwards.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, look, there's no pileage of, you know, dishes in the sink. Everything has its place and everything's in its place. But my thing is like when I come home and like I have all this shit everywhere, I get so fucking overwhelmed. And I get
I feel with laundry.
Laundry, like all that stuff, that doesn't mean shit to me because like I can knock that shit out.
Really?
Like, yeah.
Laundry. I'll trade you. I'll do your dishes. You do.
Like dishes, laundry, like that stuff is like it's basic. Like the things with me is like all the stuff you see, like there's 10 projectors.
Yeah.
10 HD projectors.
Yeah.
That if you valued them, like they're $17,000 a piece, $17.99, whatever, blah blah blah. So like we're looking at $145,000 worth of projectors.
Where do you have
downstairs?
You're keeping them here,
girl? This is my house. Probably has
pot.
over $5 million worth of shit.
Wow.
And that's where I've learned that I'm like going, I'm insuring this. But I got to get rid of this.
Right. Yeah.
Because I'm like,
yeah.
So my younger days, it was like trying to compete with my parents, right?
Right.
Like my parents had like a $500,000 house. They had Tundra. They had this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
So me, I'm like, fucking, I'm going to have 7 cars. I'm going to have your Tundra. I'm going to have a $150,000 Mercedes. Fuck you. Fuck your house. Fuck everything you stand for. I'm going to do it and I'm going to do it better.
Yeah.
But it becomes to a point where like I've already achieved it. Now what?
Yeah.
Like and I've already achieved, like I'm making more money than my dad is. And like that was my whole goal.
Yeah.
My whole goal was to make more money than both my parents.
Yeah.
So
my
then
just is to be stable on my own.
Oh yeah.
Which is
Shit, I was that 20. So like
that was like after I got out of college,
Yeah. So like me, I'm like my goal was let me give you a backstory. My parents are all about money. Like the only thing they ever give a shit about is like what somebody's worth is. Like, and that's not me. That's them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My parents like do the right thing, be a good person, don't embarrass us.
In me, I'm like,
sorry, mom.
I'm like the legacy you leave behind, right? Like I'm like I don't give a fuck what you do today, tomorrow. Like what I give a fuck about is like, are you leaving a legacy tomorrow that is going to help and influence other people?
Well, what do they say? People don't remember you by what you have.
Exactly.
They remember, by how you make them feel, and
it's a legacy. And like the thing is, people don't realize this. Is what I was telling Andy and like a couple people that have been like hosts and stuff on the podcast. I go, well, we're gone. Like this shit's gonna live forever. Our kids and our kids or whatever, they're going to be able to see this and understand who we are and what we were in our day-to-day life.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to understand that more so than we can about our parents or our grandparents or our grandparents.
Right.
So like put that in perspective. Think about that for a minute. Like, do you have any video access of your great-grandpa? Do you know anything about your great-grandpa or your great-great-grandpa? Like, this is where what we're doing is so important.
Yeah.
And so influential. Right. Is that, like, all the generations are going to be able to see and hear and understand where you're coming from and your plight. Yeah. And that's why I'm like...
I think that's one reason why I take a lot of pictures. I'm the friend that takes a lot of pictures.
And that is what you should do.
Like, okay. But I took all the pictures with my family when I was with my granny. I was always at the family events taking pictures and videos, and my family would be like, put your phone down, stop taking pictures. And then when my granny passed away, I was the only one who had like a lot of footage of her. And my mom was like, I'm never going to get on to you about being on your phone like that again. And it was just so special seeing her smoke her last cigarette and laughing about her being a flower, like pretending to be a flower, and us painting each other's nails. I mean, it's the little things, you know?
And you know what? You hit the nail on the head. And like anybody that's listening, like, please take
Take
as many
pictures.
photos and videos, because like even me, like looking back, like I mean the Devinisms that like popped up today, and I'm like going,
Yeah.
damn, like this is the perfect time. I fucking needed to read this. But like
Yeah.
at the end of the day, like as our memory starts to fade, like those pictures and those videos
Yeah.
are the one tangible thing that you have to hold on to. And like to me, that is more valuable than gold, because it can't be recreated, it can't be duplicated, and no matter how much money and AI and everything else, it's never going to replicate that.
Right.
And that's what I'm like, you know, when like people ask, like, if you could tell your older self, like, you know, like blah blah, I'm like going, record fucking everything. I'm like going, because when you get older, like when you get my age and everything else, I'm like, you start losing like sight. You start losing your memory of a lot of these.
Sometimes I can't remember last week.
Yeah. Sometimes I can't remember fucking yesterday. Like, don't even get me started with that shit.
So, okay, so you talked about advice. So what's like the best piece of advice you've ever been given?
Honestly, when I was about 10 or 11 years old, I'll never forget. I was at my friend's house at the time, and his brother, like, we were passing down the hallway, and he goes, "Don't ever grow up."
Yeah.
And I was like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Stay young forever." He goes, "When you grow up, like, it's just he goes, just stay young." And like at the time I go,
I love that.
Like, what the fuck does he mean? And like, and I realized, like, as you grow older, you have more responsibilities. You're responsible for a lot of different things. You have this, you have that, you have like all these things were pressures that you didn't have as a kid.
Right.
And you didn't realize it when you were a kid growing up. You're just like, man, I just want to see things and have fun and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But you don't realize, like, you're not going to be in that size and that shape forever. Eventually, you're going to grow up and you're going to experience life, and you're going to understand, like, all those things that mattered when you were little don't mean shit when you're older. Like, all the things that were important, and yeah.
I love that. That's good. That's a good one.
Yeah, that was mine. What about you?
This is one that I've really worked on in the last few years outside of boundaries, but not stressing about things out of your control.
Yeah.
It's a huge one, because when, like, it would cause so much anxiety and stress, and there's nothing you can do about it. So
it's funny you mention that, because you're not the only one. There's a lot of people.
But it's a good one to think about.
It is a very good one.
Yeah.
And it goes back to what we were talking about before the podcast, where I said, you know, unless you're signing my paycheck, like, I don't give a flying fuck what you think.
Right. Yeah.
Because you're not influencing my paycheck. You're not influencing.
Yeah. And people make
what I'm doing.
assumptions. They judge, and you know, you can't control how people are going to perceive you, what they're going to think of you.
Exactly.
You know, so why worry about it? Just do you, baby.
Yeah.
You know, just do.
Well, like, going further, elaborating on perceptions and stuff like that, like, you don't know what was in their life. You don't know what they experienced. So when they perceive you, you don't understand the backstory of them and why their perception. And to me, as being in your place, it's irrelevant. I don't give a fuck. I don't need to know your fucking story, because that's a you problem. So like, I literally had this problem happen to McDonald's. Like, I never fucking order McDonald's. But I was like, they're doing this value meal bullshit. All right, fuck it. I'm gonna like order something.
Right.
So I go there, and the drive-through lane 4 and 5 are both packed.
Okay.
And then they had I think it was for like DoorDash, and then they had one for like Uber Eats.
Yeah.
And so like I was parked in the DoorDash or whatever. They didn't call it DoorDash. They called it carrier service or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I was like going, okay, well that's 4, that's 5. And so I put on the little ticket, like this is 6.
Yeah.
Because I'm like in the order of like things,
Yeah.
whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Let's do it.
So like I'm sitting there for like 20 minutes and I'm like checking emails and this and I'm like going, what the
What's going on?
And I'm like going, why the I did not have a complex order.
Yeah, sure. You
Like I did not have them put the head of Jesus on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so like I'm literally standing in line and then I look over to my left and right and I'm like, there's like 12 other people. And so I asked, I said, hey, where's the manager?
Yeah.
And she goes, oh, the manager's in a meeting.
Oh, okay.
And I said,
I need to manage this place better.
no, I said, you're going to have a manager meeting during rush hour?
Ooh, yeah.
I was like, I'm like literally biting my tongue, like going, oh, I need to talk to corporate at this fuck. I'm like, if a manager is holding a fucking meeting during peak hours, you're fired.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Don't need an excuse. Bye-bye.
Bye. Dumb. Yeah.
No, and this is the problem that I walk into all these companies because I'm like, there's not a company that I can't run better.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not, this is not a pissing contest.
Yeah.
It's not whose dick's bigger.
Mm-hmm.
It's verifiable, factual.
Mm-hmm.
I will pay.
See the data. You have the data.
Yeah, and I'm like, and I have the proof because I've been there and I've done that enough times.
Yeah.
And so I'm just like going,
Mm.
I go, okay, it's been 30 minutes. Where's my food? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And she goes, oh, sir, we're short staffed. Da, da, da. And I go, so your problem is the you problem.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You're trying to make it a me problem.
Yeah.
And she
There's a way to handle that. Yeah.
She literally like, what do you want me to do? And I was like,
oh man. Yeah.
I was like, well, where are we at?
Yeah.
In the process of, I go, because I'm looking at your queue.
Yeah.
Because I can see all the orders and everything.
Yeah.
And I go, my order's not even in your queue. So explain to me as a manager where I'm at in the process.
Yeah.
And she goes, oh, your order's being like, it's being delegated over here.
Better be. Yeah.
Like sprinkle stripper glitter over here.
Yeah. Yeah. Jazz hands. Over here.
Jazz hands over there.
Oh my God.
And so I'm watching this bag be created, right? And I'm still, I'm like going,
Oh man.
I'm like, I'm already,
Yeah.
I'm already set off because I'm like going,
And you're hangry.
oh yeah, and I'm hangry on top of it.
It's not good combination.
So she goes, oh, sir, your order's almost ready. I go, oh yeah, what is it? And it wasn't accurate. It wasn't even my order. So that goes to show you the manager never fucking listened to what I never.
Did you Yelp them?
Ooh.
I'm big on customer service.
I am too.
You can mess up, but if you have good customer service, I'm okay with that.
Or if you rectify as a manager the situation, you made it a better situation.
Yeah. Yeah.
It wasn't her that rectified a situation. It was some other guy that came in and he goes like, what do you want me to do? I go, well, I mean, obviously this order is wrong.
Right.
I go, the fries, like somebody sent it out with no record.
Yeah.
Nobody in the entire building knew where this fucking food went.
In the air.
Yeah. And so he's like, yeah, we'll take care of it. So
that's the way they should. That's what they should have done.
Yeah. And so like he did the right thing.
Yeah.
But I'm like looking around and I'm like looking at everybody behind me and I'm going, they're witnessing their complete meltdown and fuck up.
Yeah.
Does that entice them to ever order?
Right.
Because it doesn't entice me to ever order.
Yeah. Seriously. And you always wonder, okay, did they like debrief that day and how they could have improved? Probably not.
Well, my thing is like, why are you having a manager meeting in the middle of fucking peak hours?
Seriously. Seriously.
Ugh.
That's got to be so.
I literally, and this might even be a thing I might have to fucking do in film.
Mhm.
I want to have a meeting with the owner of the franchise
Mhm.
and that manager that was there
Yeah.
and any executives that are at McDonald's, because I will school their ass to.
Do it.
Because I'm like, y'all may have been in business for X amount of years. It don't fucking mean a goddamn thing to me, because
Yeah.
I've had this like, this is one of my biggest pet peeves, just so you know me.
Yeah.
I've had people that come to me like, we've been doing it this way for 20 years. And I go, oh, that's cute.
That's cute.
That's cute. Doesn't mean you haven't been doing it right for the last 20 years.
Exactly. It doesn't mean there's not a better way to do it.
Ding, 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 ding. And so this is when you work at the corporate level of, like, I've worked at all of these major corporations and they all think they have the best solution.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell them there's 3 things in order to operate a business: people, products, and process.
Yeah.
And I go, I can fucking guarantee any company I ever walk into, whether it be Boeing, whether it be, of course Boeing is a good one, but like any company that I can walk into, I guarantee that I can improve their process. Mind you, having 0 experience in that industry.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, like, I've had experience in every industry except for aerospace. But I've already have like 7 patents in the aerospace industry.
Yeah.
So that just goes to show, just because I don't have a dog in the fight doesn't mean I have a fight in the dog.
Right. Yeah.
Doesn't mean I understand more so than even Boeing fucktards that are the executives.
For real. I mean, gosh. But like, people can handle things different ways too. But you have all the secrets, Devin.
Well, you know,
teach them your way.
And the thing is like, you will deal with people that are anti your way. You'll deal with people that are like, whatever you have to offer is not the right answer.
You have people who, this is what I believe, and everyone else's opinion sucks. And
or the people that like
have a different opinion.
We've been doing this for 25 years. So like, you're coming in here. Yeah. So how do you deal with something like that? Have you dealt with that?
Yes, in fact, I have. So we have an amazing alumni program with our alumni, with our kiddos at our treatment program. So the alumni staff has done their alumni. They've ran it the same way for, since 2016, and it's been great. But there's like so much better ways to do it. And so when myself and my boss came on, we kind of looked at that, and we built a playbook. I trained their alumni manager, and talked to them about documenting things differently, and making sure that we're working with the alumni staff and keeping them happy. How can we utilize their strengths and their weaknesses? If they have certain strengths, because everyone has different strengths, we want to place them here. They didn't do that before. And so
what did they do before, and what did you do different?
Well, they didn't have a huge alumni team then. We've added a bunch now. So we have, I think we have 6 right now. But before, they would document everything on paper, and they would not use distribution lists for emails. They would just individually put the emails in, and they're like, well, this is what we've always done. It's like, no wonder it's taking you 3 days to get emails out. Well, let me show you how to do this. But no one had showed them how to do it. And so I walked them through that process, and right now they're still not utilizing it fully, but he's a little older. So he's, one of those where, well, this is the way we've been doing it for so long. But it's I guarantee you can send 50 emails in 2 seconds versus spending an hour or 2 inserting emails to send individually, and same thing, if we have So when a kiddo is discharged, they immediately get put into our alumni team, our alumni family. So we have to document that. Well, all of that was initially previously on paper. It wasn't like, or in our system, but they kept track of it on paper. And I was like, no way. And so that's crazy. Like, if you leave, then no one's going to know who our alumni is. Like, no one, like, where is that going to go? So we had to, digitize that and put it on Excel spreadsheets. And I had to, teach him how to do that and how to like put that in SharePoint so other people had access, and then utilize, if we had Salesforce, everything would work great, but we don't.
You just went from bad to worse with fucking
right. But it was better than
Excel.
It was better than Excel's better than a piece of paper.
You're right. So like,
do is literally like copy. You can just like take that name and put it on the spreadsheet. Versus like, I mean, there were packs of papers, just stacks of them, and I'm like, who, like, people can't read this. Where is it going? If you leave, who's like, there's no documentation for that at all. So it just wasn't very good.
No, and that was like when I started with AT&T, they were doing everything in Excel spreadsheet, and I was like going, do we know if this Excel spreadsheet is current?
Well, we have a new CRM that we were using, so we had to make sure.
Which one did you have?
Right now, we just got Zoho, but we were using, oh gosh, what was it? They had Zoho, and then they went to a different one, Aliva, and then they went back to Zoho.
Oh, okay.
And Aliva they're both just not Salesforce. I love Salesforce.
Yeah, Salesforce is nice because I can custom tune it to make it do exactly what I want it to do.
It's so customizable.
Yep.
It's so easy to navigate. Yep. It's user friendly.
Yep.
You can use it for a marketing. You can marketing
all departments, sales, marketing,
medical records.
Yeah. No, and like that was one of the things. So like when I was at AT&T, I was like, I'm building this platform as if it was Salesforce.
Yeah, it's expensive though.
But we had already had a contract with Salesforce.
Okay.
So I was like going, okay, so I'm really in the realm of the contract that we already have.
Yeah.
Now, thing was the build out and development and stuff was like $115,000, which in AT&T terms, that's pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
But that's when I realized like AT&T, they in that conglomerate wants to have a trifold. So like if it costs $115,000, they want to see an ROI of threefold.
Yeah.
So they want to see 330, whatever plus thousand. And so I'm like going, well, I can't prove to you like that's the number it's going to be.
Yeah.
But what I can show you based on previous clients is that they did this same thing, and it was 10 and 15 and 40 fold.
Right.
Like, so what do you want to do?
Right.
Do you want to like be myopic and focus on this 2 to 3%, or do you want to the sky's the fucking limit and we get 40-50% like
you just
ROI?
break it down for them. Break it down.
Well, and so here's the problem. It's like, and it wasn't that I was, and this is what I learned. I'm like, I'm not dealing with the leadership at this point. I'm dealing with the financial advisors that blow smoke up their fucking ass. And that's when I realized I'm like, I will never win this battle.
Yeah.
Because these guys are so far outside of reality.
They think they know everything.
Oh,
the best.
Oh, the numbers they came up with. We literally like, because like me and one of my other business partners, like we were like going, there's no way in fucking hell these numbers are ever gonna equate. I'm like, where did they get these numbers? And it comes from, and here's the fucked up part.
What?
Big entities, big corporations, they look at these forecasts.
Yeah.
And they make business decisions based.
Yeah.
And I'm like going,
oh my God.
So perfect example, like when digital streaming and all that stuff, like the think of Netflix, think of Amazon Prime and all that stuff. When like that started happening,
Yeah.
people are like, "Oh, that's where the money is. That's where this, that, the other is." And like, and the numbers that they projected for like AT&T and DirecTV and stuff were like mind numbing.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I'm a realist. Like I can look at projections, I can look at numbers, and I'm like going, there's no snowball's fucking chance in hell of this.
You're like that realist. You're
I'm like, there's no way this. And here's the thing: is like, I'm not afraid to say something.
Good. Yeah.
And so I've pushed back against all the executives.
Yeah.
I've pushed back even against the data scientist that was telling us that
my
we
God.
can do this, then that, other.
How's that worked out for you?
I was the last one fired.
Yeah.
I was the last one let go. The data scientist went.
And that's it. There you go.
So I was,
And that's how the cookie crumbled.
yeah. So I was one of the last people let go. The only reason why I was let go is because they sold the company.
Yeah.
And so like I got them profitable because I told them the truth. I'm like, I'm not gonna bullshit you. I'm not gonna blow smoke. I have no dog in this fight.
Yeah.
To blow smoke in your ass to make you look better, like make you feel better about me. Like, no, I want you to feel better about me because I'm being honest.
Honest, yeah.
Thank you. Like
I love that you brought that up because I just had a conversation about this to a friend about friendships where I would rather have someone kind of check me and call me out than just tell me what I want to hear.
Yeah, don't fill me full of bullshit. Like, be real with me. Like, if there's something that I say or dude, like, and
That's why I have a lot of guy friends because my guy friends do that more than my girlfriends.
Yeah,
and I need that. I value that. You know.
Yeah. No, it's awesome. Like, and it's like, hopefully a lot of people listening like learn a lot about themselves and learn a lot about like their surroundings and like realize like, hey, you need real people.
Yeah.
You don't need yes
real
sirs,
rare,
yes
though.
ma'ams. Yeah.
Real is
very rare.
Yeah.
But when you find it, like you tend to gravitate, like grab it and hang on to it because, hey, just so y'all know, like literally Jackie's like one of the most realist people like and like that's why she's here and like. And that's what I love about her, like her energy, but then also like just the realness and stuff like that.
I try to stay that way. I mean, it is so rare. So, and I want that in others. So if I can, be that way, maybe I'll attract others like that. But I've had people tell me, obviously that they can tell how genuine I am. Like a lot of people are like, I feel like I've known you for years, even when they meet me like in a day. But I think it's a whole energy that you give off. People can read that, I've had people tell me they prayed for me like to come into life at the season they needed it, and if I can be that person, I'm all for it. It's cool. But like real is rare and genuine people are rare, and I think that's why you and I have stuck together for as long as we have, because we are those people. Hey man, you fucked up, or we should talk about this, or let's do this. And it's
like I remember like the first group of friends you brought over, and I was like going, I'm not keen. Like there's just some shit rubbed me the wrong way, and I'm like, then like this last time you brought your friend.
The time I burned my boob.
Yes.
I was like, what happened?
What happened was
a burn. That thing was on there for weeks. But yeah, I've in the last year, I've really focused on setting boundaries and honing in on finding having the right circle around me.
No, and that's one of the things I want to instill to the audience. Like Jackie's like one of the few people that like whenever she invites her friends, I'm almost like guaranteed that like we're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be fun. It's like just because I trust and I don't say this about anybody. I'm like I trust her and her group of friends because like minds like they like birds of a feather flock together. Exactly. And I'm like, and I know her like granted, there was one time that was kind of
They
But,
were
like,
cool. They just weren't, and I didn't even know those rules as well. But I was like, if you want girls on your boat, I can bring them. I'll bring them. And I
know.
love having girls on the boat too. I love boobs, so it's like even better. But like they were just fine, you know. But it's you got to be careful on the lake because there's people who
To me, it's like I don't really
they
give
don't
a
have etiquette.
yes,
You don't want someone to come mess up your boat.
right.
Yeah, that's bad. We had whenever I was dating this guy, he had a boat and we invited some friends, and one of my buddies was dating a girl. She was actually a stripper. She was really cute. She was really cute. So I was like, okay, I understand why you're gonna bring her. And she came and she got really drunk on the boat. And she refused to wear a life jacket, and she kept trying to get in the water. And we're like, "What are you doing?" And so we looked at my buddy and we're like no. And so that they were like, oh, we'll see you next time. And me and the guy I was dating at the time were like, yeah, you're never coming on this boat again. Never.
And that sucks. Like like the fact that you have to have like a blacklist of like people that have been like annexed.
It's a lot of work to have a boat though, you know.
It is.
If people just they don't help you clean it, you know, gas is expensive. People get dumb, you know, they throw up on your boat or whatever, and you don't want people like that, you know. It should happen sometimes, but it's like, okay, if that's gonna happen, you take care of it.
Right.
You know. It's your responsibility. But it's a good thing I hang out with responsible people. Responsible, fun people.
There you go.
That I like to dangle.
Like to dangle.
Hashtag dangling. Yeah. No, yeah. I definitely love my friends. I'm so blessed.
So how do you maintain such a like high energy and like positive outlook? Like to your point, like when you have friends that are
it's hard sometimes. People ask me all the time, they're like, I love how positive you are. And I have my moments. But again, it's an energy. If you talk positive to yourself and have a good mindset and feed your soul, you know, positive things like manifestation and things like that. I mean, you feed off of it yourself.
So my thing is like putting things out to the ether, right? Yeah. Like if you put negative energy out to the ether, then all you're gonna get is negative back.
Right.
And my thing is like, don't even put something out to the ether unless you want it to come back to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my thing is like, with all the shit that's happened lately, like with the fucking Range Rover going through the fence.
Yeah.
With the
you're laughing about it though.
I'm laughing about it because I'm like, oh no. Let me explain what happened in one fucking day. One day. A Monday of all
day
of all days.
The beginning of my week is hell.
So Friday, I grabbed this Range Rover. Obviously, like I told you the whole scenario, like it went through the gate. I had to wait for the cops to show up.
Yeah.
Cops finally showed up. The tow truck driver was nice enough to bring it to the house, park it in the street where all my other 6-7 cars are.
Right.
Actually, 6. Because one of them was in the garage. And so all of a sudden Monday happens and all my cars that are parked along the street, except for my FedEx van, have fucking bright orange stickers on it saying that they're gonna tow the fucking vehicle.
Happy Monday.
And I'm like going, oh, and it gets better. That wasn't the only thing that happened Monday.
Yeah.
So I had code enforcement stop by my house, and I'm like going, oh, are they bitching about the cars? No, come to find out, they're bitching about the fucking pool.
Oh, did they see your big turtle?
They did not see the big turtles. And so I told them, I said, hey,
everything.
I say, hey, just so you know, I have 400 pounds of chlorine in this motherfucking pool.
Oh my god!
I go, if you want to go test the pool, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah.
I was like, I have more chemicals. It's Chernobyl at this point.
I'm telling you.
I'm telling them, like, and when the pump stops working, I go, guess what? All those chemicals are sitting there.
They're
not circulating, bro. And I told them, I go, there's literally nothing surviving in that water.
Oh my god, yeah.
And he goes, just
Survive.
between you and I, he goes, what are your neighbors called? I go, which one of these cocksucking motherfuckers? I go, was it this one over here? Because like I already got their first name, last name, cell phone number. I was like, yeah, I'm about ready to fucking hurricane on some motherfuckers.
But why? Like why would they do that? Like what's the point? So,
so these millennials,
yeah,
they don't understand life. And pity party for them. The thing is like you come in and you buy yourself a little teeny tiny house.
Yeah.
You don't piss off the bigger house.
Yeah.
That's behind you.
Right.
That's been there for 20 fucking years.
Seriously.
And could literally buy your house and turn it into a fucking parking lot, which is what I'm really.
You should have seniority, 100%.
Exactly, and I'm like going.
Your grandfather then. Is that what you're like, look how old these turtles are. I'm clearly grandfather.
Exactly. Fucking, I'm raising dinosaurs.
Yeah. For real. Oh my god.
I love it. Every time I look at them and hang out with them, I'm like,
cool.
They're fucking dinosaurs. Like I'm hanging out with dinosaurs.
I love turtles.
And these sulcatas, like they have.
That's what they're called, sulcata.
Sulcata. So they're African tortoises. They have
tortoises.
Yeah, tortoises. So they're not turtles. They can't swim.
Turtle. Yeah.
They don't have turtle power.
Can you put little like costumes on them? Though? Like
you probably could. Mine are cool as fuck.
That'd be so cool.
So Benzo is the bigger one.
How old are they?
We don't know 100%.
They can live a long time.
Oh yeah, 150 years. So I already told Andy. I said, hey, I go, your son Jackson. Yeah. I go,
it's just gonna be his.
I told him, I said, guess what? I'm willing. My tortoise. He goes, no.
No.
He goes,
you don't even know they're there.
He goes, give it to Michael. He goes, Michael's more like big into animals and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right, so Michael's gonna get both though.
Yeah, there you go.
But it's fucked up because like I have no kids or anything, right? Yeah, so I'm like I'm having to will it to my friends' kids.
Yeah,
and
I'm like the unofficial aunt for all my friends' kids. I really am. So that's probably what you are. You're like the
I'm the unofficial uncle. Yeah.
So they're gonna inherit.
I'm the fun uncle.
They're gonna inherit the silicata something tortoises, right?
Sulcata,
yeah. They're gonna inherit them. That's a cool inheritance, though.
Yeah,
I'll take the kangaroos,
dude. Well, the kangaroos are next. They're coming.
Next. I'll take them.
So, a funny story. So, I'll
babysit them.
I've traveled most of the world.
Yeah, cool.
And I been to Australia, obviously.
Oh, it's like a dream for me.
Dealt with the kangaroos in the wild. They're the equivalent of our deer.
Yeah.
So they're a nuisance. They're not like
really.
Yeah. They hate kangaroos.
Oh.
We cherish. We love them.
We're like they're so cute.
In Australia, like they
can beat you up.
Well, yeah, you're talking about the Reds, yeah. The Reds will fuck you up.
Yeah.
The Reds like, oh yeah, you can box, bitch.
Yeah, you'll get bitch punched real quick.
And then when you're like watching his paws,
oh my!
And then he'll hit you with a tail, and you're like going, fuck.
Be ready. Can you imagine a kangaroo haka?
Oh my god,
that would be wild.
That would be wild.
But where's your most exotic place you've been?
Probably most exotic and most favorite is probably Fiji.
I've never been.
Fiji is absolutely, there's 300 plus islands there.
Wow.
And out of the 300, I think only a dozen are inhabited. So
oh wow.
When you go to these other islands, they're uninhabited.
How do you know which ones to go to?
They have maps.
Yeah, but which
Christopher
one's the coolest?
Columbus.
That's a lot of islands. Man.
Yeah. No, it is. It was crazy. Is I was there, so I've been to Fiji 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
It was funny is you know, I've snorkeled and I've dived a lot. Like
I'm a
dived.
diver.
Yeah.
You know, less than 1% of the global population is dive certified.
Yeah.
Less than 1%.
Well, and I'll go into that story about like how I'm technically not certified.
Oh.
But what? Long story short, so when I was in college, I took the elective credit to do scuba diving because I was like, well, shit, I need these electives.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and
yeah,
I can get certified. It's like a win-win, right?
A pool or a lake?
It was in a pool.
Okay.
It was Olympic swim pool.
Cool.
And so the instructor was like, hey, nobody in the history of me instructing in like 17 years has been able to swim the length of the Olympic swimming pool front and back holding one breath. And I told him, I go, dude, that's easy. And he goes,
like, I got this.
Yeah, and literally I swam from there all the way back underwater.
Who knew you were a fish? Who knew?
And he was like going, he goes, he's like, I'm floored.
How old were you?
20, 21?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I still have like my lung capacity is still like so I free dive.
Yeah, that's hard.
Yeah, so I free dive and I did that. That's why I started with that story because when I went to the Great Barrier Reef, I didn't have snorkel. I mean, I didn't have the gear because I wasn't certified, right? Yeah. So I'm like going, well, fuck. Like I'm not certified. It means I can't have a tank. I can't have the mask. Yeah. So I free dove and I free dive like where all of the scuba divers and stuff were. Mm-hmm. And then actually I even passed them at a lot of points.
Do you remember how deep you were?
I didn't have one of the...
Okay, I've been like 100 feet scuba diving, but I doubt that's...
No.
Free diving, what? It's probably...
Free diving, 50. You're talking probably 50. Yeah. I do know that like one of the last times I free dove like was in the Great Barrier Reef and I passed the scuba divers. Mm-hmm. They were at this level. And then there was some coral and stuff at this level. And I dove down to the coral. Yeah. And then I took pictures. I had a one of those disposable cameras. Yeah. And I took pictures and there were sharks all around this coral. And they were reef sharks. There was two of them just chilling. And there was one that was
cool though.
Yeah. And so like I snapped it from above and then I actually swam down.
Wow.
Was
there ever a time you like panicked and were like, oh my gosh? And
you know, in all honesty, like sharks and stuff, like they don't like even swimming with those, like they don't.
What about all the shark attacks recently? That's scary.
I think those are different because you're not looking and you're not engaging with that shark one-on-one. I think they're like surface level. The shark is just trying to see, you know, I think it's a little bit different. I think where I'm at, like I'm coming into their territory, but I'm respecting them at the same time.
Have you been shark diving?
Oh shit! I fucking.
Well, I mean, he's running around with the coral shark, the reef shark. But have you actually been like actual shark diving?
I mean, I don't do the caves if that's what you're talking about. Like, I will like. I have a set of balls.
Like I want to go whale diving.
The only thing that scares me is fucking, and it's funny, is eels.
What? Why? They're so cool.
Because you know why? Because like I am like looking at the coral, I'm looking at the sea anemones, I'm looking at like all the different beautiful things, and then all of a sudden this fucking eel. And I'm like, God.
They come at you.
They do, and I'm like going,
oh my god.
And like in that like jump scare type thing, like you're watching a like scary movie, like that's what I fucking hate. I'm not about to like jump scare underwater.
That would freak me out. Oh, if you were free diving and that happened.
Oh yeah, and that's exactly what happened. I'm like, I'm free diving, and this motherfucker is like,
no, I'd be done for. I'd be
So here's the best part. So like when I went to Fiji, I told you I've been like 4 or 5 times, right? Yeah. So like when I went to Fiji, they have what's called sea snakes.
Oh.
And I'm like, Oh, that sounds kind of like
Eels.
harmless or whatever.
Eels.
No, they're not eels.
They sound like eels.
So they're a white and black banded snake.
Oh.
So it's kind of like it. So in your mind, when you think of like aggressive poisonous snakes, you think of vibrant colors.
Yeah.
You think of patterns, copperhead.
The hood. Yeah.
Yeah. You think of cobra, the hood.
Yeah.
So when you look at a sea snake, you're like, oh, it's so cute. Black and white banded. Oh.
Yeah.
I used to follow and swim behind these
Okay.
till I got back to the United States.
Mhm.
And then I looked at how dangerous
Oh no, you didn't know?
they are. One of the most dangerous. Their venom
Oh my god.
is one of the worst.
Whoa.
More so than the cobra. More
Wonder how
so.
often they have attacks though.
And so, and that was the thing. And I'm like going, dude, these motherfuckers totally hid this from me. It didn't tell me like the severity.
Good thing you didn't want to
And I'm literally
hang out with it.
I have my camera.
Australia, man.
I am following. I'm
Fiji.
literally like, this snake
Like
is
just like that, yeah.
and I'm like, and I'm right behind it. And I'm like, all he had to do was turn around and just come at me.
Yeah.
And I was done.
Oh my god. Yeah.
And I'm like going,
Thank God.
holy,
But did you die?
I did not die. Like, and I'm thinking about that shit. And I'm like going, even like this weekend, like with the Rover and everything else, I'm like, had I been behind that motherfucker pushing it,
could have been so bad. Could have gone so wrong.
and I was like,
But you're like,
but did you die?
That's the perspective, yeah. Oh my god, that's crazy. I want to go whale diving. That's like one of my dreams. I think it's so incredible how you could be something so small next to something so massive and just be in existence together next to each other.
So what do you
feel like somebody would like, that's how people feel when they're laying in bed with me.
Whale party.
I'm kidding. That's a total joke.
That's fucking terrible.
No, but whales are so incredible creatures.
Yeah. Why do you like whales?
I just think the size of them, the beauty, the way they communicate, they're just incredible to watch. So yeah, I don't know. I just kind of watch videos on different tactics and reels and stuff, and I was just
I love how
so
you
beautiful.
talk ticks. I love that.
I have like different sayings that just kind of stick with me, and I just am like, you know what, whatever. It's stuck. So that's just what I call it.
I dig it.
Well, there was the Vine, and then they came out with this other thing, and you're like, what is that? You're like,
what is this?
TikTok, okay. Well, and then I said that so many times that I just tick stuck, you know. So, and I say like chat, you know, instead of chit chat.
Yeah.
There's just different things that I say.
No, I dig it.
Tomato.
Potato.
I'm very aware now that it is TikTok, but initially it was like.
So walk me through, what's your go-to morning routine to start the day off?
Music.
Right?
If you are
music.
It depends on the day. If you are following me on Snapchat, you like I will do like a little dance in the morning, and that's just like a vibe for me.
I'm following you, motherfucker. I ain't seen no dance.
Oh, I did it for a while. And people like started hating, and I was like, fuck it, whatever.
Oh, wait. What did you say at the beginning of this podcast? Fuck people that
fuck
are hating.
people that are
hating.
hating.
Yeah, exactly.
I do. But now I just dance by myself.
Jackie,
now I just dance.
do you?
Yeah, I know. But I mean, I don't do it. I don't post every single day on it. That's what I do every day. Get up in the morning and dance. And like this morning, for some reason, I was just saying I put worship music on, but sometimes I put like 80s music, and I'm just doing the shakes.
If you want like engagement and followers and stuff like that, not only play the music you want to play, but explain why and how.
It's just a vibe, like a mood.
I understand it.
I think
but like
music is healing.
Your ass. That's
and
that's one of the main reasons why like I won't listen to like country sad stuff.
It's very
because I'm like, I don't want to be in that dark place.
Yeah.
I would rather be in an uplifting
Yeah.
and that's why I listen to a lot of like
Yeah.
high beat per minute type
Yeah.
stuff, and like when I DJ and stuff like that,
Yeah.
like that's what I play is like,
Yeah.
because I want high energy. Like
Yeah.
I don't want that sadness.
Mm-hmm.
And these girls, like it from a guy's perspective, and when I see a girl that's like engrossed into this country,
Yeah. I like country music, but there's a time and
I get it, but I'm like going, she has a deep, dark sadness.
Yeah.
She has some underlying issues.
Mm-hmm.
She comes from a dark place.
It's okay to be sad sometimes.
It's fine, but it's not okay to live
there. Yeah.
Bam.
That's the thing.
Bam.
Yes.
And that's the thing is like I see a lot of these girls that like have these deep, dark pockets.
Yeah.
Why are you advertising that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why are you projecting that? Like,
yeah,
be better, do better,
yeah,
think better.
Well, I've had people say shit to me about my media about, well, why are you posting so much about dating? Why do you post so much about how dating is so awful? And stop
because you're fucking right.
Stop looking for love. And I'm like, okay, so if I don't put myself out there, then I'm not being proactive. If I do put myself out there, then I'm looking for love and trying too hard. It's like, it's a lose-lose. Come on, So finally, I'm just like, fuck it. I'm going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it because this is real shit. This is relevant. And a lot of people can relate. And it's nice for them to not feel like they're alone. And even if it's not about me, somebody can,
Well, and it's funny because like you've obviously hit roadblocks. And walls and so have I, like, and it's funny because like now we're dealing with a female perspective and then a male perspective,
but guys they're like, well, it just looks desperate, and it's like, you can think that's
I mean it's not on thank you, exactly. I was like, that's all on them.
Believe me, I'm not desperate. Yeah, no, but it's on that's their perception, and people are like, oh, well, perception is reality, but it's their reality. It's not my reality.
Exactly. And when they say that, I'm like, no, that's your reality. To your point, like, no, that's an amazing,
yeah.
So,
that's why I'm like, people are going to think what they're going to think. Whether people like get upset when I'm happy. Like I posted something on Facebook the other day about haters don't like to see you when you're happy. It's like people don't like when you're happy for some reason.
No.
But then if you're sad and you express that, it's like, we'll get over it. It sucks. But it's like, that's where you focus on yourself, and like you are the only person that you're responsible for.
Mm-hmm.
And like you're with yourself forever. So as long as you take care of you.
So both those meanings that you just described are more reason why like I don't tell anybody anything.
But okay, I love that you brought this up.
You can't judge me if you don't know shit about it.
No, but I love that.
Go ahead.
I love that you brought that up. Because you've seen on all social platforms about how men talk about they don't have anyone they can talk to. They can't talk about their feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Why? You can talk about it. But men choose not to because of the oh, well, men are supposed to be strong and rough and tough and not.
So, all right, let's deep dive into that.
I love when men talk about their feelings. It's so attractive to me.
This is a great opportunity and a great. Let's dive into this. Go ahead.
I love it. I think that it's okay to be vulnerable and open yourself up. Not you should be careful about who you express that to.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I mean, I don't understand why more men don't open up. I think it's becoming. I think more and more men are opening up more, but they it's sad. How many men feel like they don't have a safe place to talk.
Do you know where that stems from and why and how?
I have theories, but
so let me put these theories to bed.
Okay.
So I've learned throughout my history, I will tell people certain elements
of
a story I will never, ever, ever, ever tell them the entire story. I will give them certain nuggets, if you will. And then I will, when I talk to somebody else, I'll give them a certain other nugget.
Yeah.
And then, so when they go to try to extort me or try to sabotage me, I know exactly who said what and when and where, because I know based on the nugget of information I've given them that no one person holds the entire story.
But when you're in a relationship, for instance,
when you're in a relationship, and that's so like when you open your, as a guy, is you open yourself up and you are trying to convey your realism and everything else to your female, to the person you're with, and then they use that against you.
That's the problem. People do use it against you, but
that goes back to what I was saying about, like, well, if we're decisive on our friends and what we tell our friends, then maybe we need to be until they earn the rest of that story. But that's the thing, is like, why do we work that way? Like that's where I'm at. I'm going
fear. I think
it's fear. So like the ultimate power, I'm just going to say this, is the fact that somebody has enough information that can destroy you, but doesn't.
Yeah.
And like,
that's the best team.
I have plenty of homemade videos of
girls
that I could literally, but like,
yeah,
because I am a better person.
Yeah.
I'm as much shit as they've done to me and cost me, stole my Rolex watch.
Oh god,
that was $30,000 Submariner, yada yada yada.
One guy I dated posted nude photos of me on Craigslist,
and that's my point.
You don't know who you can really trust ever.
But that's my thing.
A risk.
You're right. It's the risk versus reward. But like, my thing is like, is it many girls that have fucked me 10 ways from Sunday over? I'm like, I've never once caved in who I am, and releasing these videos and these pictures, and photos of them.
Yeah,
like I could have literally destroyed them in their livelihood, and even in their relationships with whoever they're with.
Yeah,
but like, that goes to show, like, I'm not at the level of trying to sabotage it to make me feel better. Like, I am not that hollow of a person.
That's just the type of person you are.
Right. Whereas a lot of people are like, oh, I got ammo on them. I'm going to bury that motherfucker. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not like, sometimes I wish I could be petty, but I'm not. Like, I'm not about revenge.
I'm not either, because you know what? It's karma.
Yeah.
And I believe karma is a motherfucker, and I've seen it work itself out.
That's a fun thing. It's fun to watch.
Great. It is great. It's like watching a fucking train wreck.
Shit show, but it's a fun show. And
it is.
But I asked that because I feel like with relationships and communicating and opening up as men, like, I think vulnerability creates intimacy. And so, like, sometimes if I'm dating someone, I want to know how they feel. And I'm like, how do I know how to talk to you or process something if I don't know what's going on? You know what I mean? And I feel like relationships could be so much stronger if you talk about it, but men don't talk about feelings. So it's like, well, I guess we're just supposed to know.
Some of us do. And you women
take it and we tear it apart.
No,
not all of us.
Y'all are like, you're supposed to read my fucking mind. Yes, exactly. I'm like,
that hurt my feelings, bitch. It's like passive aggressive, but expressing my feelings. I'm like,
no, like if there's an issue and there's this is my thing. This is not even just with women. It's just like in general. It's like, if there's an issue, like, let me know about it so that I can work on it. And then like, if we are a team and we're dating, whatever, I'm like, well, let's figure this out together.
Yeah. Have you ever dated someone and they like just sit on something for a while, and just let it boil, and then finally they're like, "Well, you did this 3 weeks ago," and blah 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 blah.
Multitude of fucking girls.
Why? Why?
I don't know. It
Why
makes
are people
no
like
sense.
that? That's got to be torturous for them to sit on that like that.
And see, like, to me, like, I am a problem solver. Like,
Yeah.
as somebody that's an entrepreneur, like anybody that like
Yeah, I love
is-
conflict. I'm like, let's talk about it.
exactly, because me, like, I look at conflict as a way to offer a solution. And like, I've literally dated people that like they don't want solutions.
Yeah.
And I'm like, then why are we
Yeah.
here?
Or conflict when you're in a relationship or even a friendship. People are, when they come into some kind of conflict, they're like, it's me versus you and not us versus the problem.
Me, I'm like, I don't look at it either way. Like
Yeah.
me, I'm looking at
But-
let's find a solution.
Yeah, that's how it should be.
Well, like,
But a lot of people
whether
are like, oh, well,
you-
I should be right, I'm right. That's what a lot of people are. It's like you versus me versus let's fix this together. How can we fix this? You know? And that's, I see that in a lot of relationships, not mine. I mean,
Yeah.
I've done it. I've seen it in mine too. But like, I'm the one who's like, it's not you versus me. I'm not trying to win. You know, I'm not.
So, and
right.
and
I'm not always
you hit
right.
the nail on the head. It's like you should be a team.
Yeah.
You should be both on the same level, attacking the same problem.
Mhm.
Not like, even if you're taking it from your own consideration and your own biases and your own expertise and your own experiences,
Yeah.
and the other guy or me or whatever, like, you know, attacks it from that other thing, you have double the knowledge, like literally, like, and that's one of the key things that I tell like people, like, go on a trip that neither one of y'all has ever been to, a
Mhm.
place
You
y'all
find out a lot about a person when you travel with them.
exactly, and you got to rely on each other. You will realize real quick, are y'all on the same page? Are
It could
y'all
be
on?
really bad though too.
And I have a couple friends that
Yeah,
it happens
I'm
real bad.
very picky about
Yeah.
who I travel with. I've been on some solo trips, but outside of that, I'm pretty picky with who I travel with
Right.
because that can like make or break a trip.
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No. Like, and that's what, like, I tell people, I'm like, man, I've been on some trips
Mm-hmm.
by myself that were fucking amazing,
Yeah.
and I've been on trips with some people that I was in a relationship for multiple years, and I was like,
Get me out of here.
yeah,
Yeah.
like, can you airlift me out of this motherfucker?
Exactly. Oh man.
I'm like, I want to be anywhere but
But
here.
here.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the worst feeling. You're like, why?
It is. It's like, this is supposed to be my time
Yes.
to relax.
Ugh.
And then when the person you're with,
You're such a pooper.
that you're like, I want to be anywhere but here.
Yeah.
Oh man,
That's miserable.
it's the ultimate. Yeah, it's the ultimate slapping a dick.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what that's like, but I'm sure it sucks. If I had a dick, man, it would be really big for one. But I would do the helicopter every morning in my dance session. I really would.
I knew you
That
would.
that would be a part of my morning routine. Just saying. It would be. You guys have the best little thing on the like toy. You guys have it.
Oh my god.
I did. Okay, so have you heard of that that comedian Danae Hayes?
No, I have not.
Okay, so she's hilarious. She got big on Tactic. I think she was on the Vine before, but I'm pretty sure she got bigger on Tactic. She's a lesbian. Her wife is absolutely gorgeous. And
Wow.
she does these prank calls. And she does like just ridiculous requests. And well, she got into music. She just made this new song called "A Dick in My Nightstand." It's funny because she's a comedian, married lesbian, talking about a dick in the nightstand. And so Jackie over here,
Hi.
hi. I'm like
Hi.
just goofing around with my friends because I'm just like having a sense of humor, and I'm goofing around. And I like made this little Snapchat video because I was bored, and it was to a dick in the nightstand, and it was like, I got a man. I got something waiting at home for me, and it's a dick in the nightstand, and I have this fake gag gift dildo. It's the size of my forearm. It really is. His name is Pepe. And I did this. People were like, "Oh my god, that's so crazy!" But it's like, if I had a dick, I would literally just put like, "Woo!" all the time. So ridiculous.
That's okay.
Ridiculous.
If I had a vagina, I'd be shoving everything and anything.
Funny.
In
It's so different. Like, no. No.
I'd be like, microphone,
You gotta
going
be
in.
careful. That's a no. It's funny, yeah. It's so funny. And that's why you're a male and I'm a female.
Is it really? Well, thank you for that.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
All right, so if you could travel anywhere in the world right now, where would it be and why?
I want to go to Bali, and I've said already that Australia's like one of my bucket list. I've wanted to go there for a long time, but Bali, I've seen amazing things. I've heard amazing things. It's cheap. The people are friendly. The diving is great.
So when are we going?
Yeah, I know. But I've always
I have all my dive gear downstairs.
I have global entry. I can go anywhere. And I would
global
just
entry.
yeah, fancy like that.
Wait,
big
that's
time.
guy
Hey.
that guy and girl? Like you got global?
And yeah, they like fingerprint you and interview you. It's crazy. But no, I think Bali is just, I've heard nothing but good things.
What about Galapagos Islands? Have you ever?
I forgot that existed, honestly. Where are they?
Damn it, woman!
I forgot about those.
I'll have to look at like what the distance between Bali and Galapagos Islands.
Yeah, I've been to Thailand and Phuket. I've been there, and like Bangkok and Phuket. I've been there, and
fucking hate you.
And Australia and Bali are like right there. And I was like,
I know.
If I could just stay a little bit longer. And it was such an amazing trip. But I would definitely.
I don't know if I'm
Bali.
jaded because like I've traveled most of the world by the time I was 18. So like Australia was like,
What
like
part did you go to though?
I went all the way from Sydney all the way up to Cairns. So like I went from the southernmost tip all the way up to the northernmost.
I feel like if I went to Australia, I would find a mate and never leave. Like I would just meet an Australian guy and just never leave.
I mean, you say that.
Mm-hmm.
You may never leave, but you might end up in the barrier reef as
Yeah.
fish food.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But no, it's I think right
So
now
I have a certain person that could tell you some horrific stories
really
of Australia.
Really? Like the Australia or Australian men?
Australian men.
Oh,
I know.
Did you know that the beer Foster's, they don't even drink it there?
No,
They
I
hate
know.
It.
It's 4X.
It's fucking disgusting.
4X is what they drink there.
Okay.
It's not Foster's.
4X.
Australian beer. No, bitch. No Australian drinks that shit.
No, awful. I don't know who would, but no, it's
I
yeah.
think it's Connecticut.
Now I want to know about the Australian men. I'm so curious. It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad everywhere.
And that's when I tried to explain to somebody. I'm like, look, just because you had a bad experience doesn't mean that's all. I go, we can go to downtown Dallas, and I guarantee you, like, if I brought 4 or 5 of my friends, 3 of them are going to have a bad experience.
I'm just going to marry Chad, my blow-up boyfriend at the lake.
I mean, you can't go wrong with Chad.
He's seasonal. He doesn't talk back. You just love
He's
him, and he
the
serves you all day.
He's a perfect
He's
man.
a chick magnet that's loyal to me. I mean, come on. He's
Can't
got
go
a
wrong.
Back of abs. Yeah.
So the thing that I've learned is like when you chase that that fantasy, that idealism of like I want this, I want that, like I want a British accent, blah blah blah. Like
I can be a British accent.
I know. I brought it up.
Just tell me what you want me to say. Wait, is that British or? It's so weird because I watched the show called Naked Attraction, and it's amazing. And it's about dating, but they're all naked.
Yeah.
And you see them naked before you ever go on a date with them. And the people in the UK, they're all from different places, but it's like they know where they're from based off their accent because they're all different.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that wild?
No, so that's what I try to explain to people. I'm like, depending on how they talk, you can tell whether they're from the rich society or from the poor.
But for me, it's like if I hear a hick accent, I don't know if you're from Alabama or from Texas.
Or North Carolina.
Or North Carolina. I don't know.
So that's the crazy part. Like when I was in North Carolina, like I was at my
They
cousin's.
talk like this?
No, it was real bad. Real bad
When
down there.
I go to the
Park.
country, I will say I'm like rat. I get real hick in the country.
So it was real weird. So like I literally like, so my cousin, like they have like, I forget how many hundreds of acres or whatever they got, and there was an accident. Like we're just sitting. I got into their house, checking out the place, and there was like, we heard and like we're going, dude, this is right in front of the house, right? So we're like, we literally walk out to like where this accident happened, and this girl like, yeah, you know. And I'm like going, oh my god,
oh no.
and I'm like, I was not prepared for this accent. And like, and granted, she was pretty or whatever. And like, I felt bad for her. She was like talking about like how this wreck, you know, happened, and this girl came into like her lane and yada yada yada.
Do you ever like listen to accents? And if you hang around,
I
with someone,
love accents.
But if you like hang out with someone who has an accent, and do you ever catch yourself just like starting to talk like that?
Funny you asked that.
Tell me more.
So when I was in Greece,
Ooh.
my boy Nick Mavrikos, his family owns a couple houses on the island of Skiros.
Oh, okay.
So Skiros is a not Germany. Greece has a lot of islands. Out of I forget what the number is. But Skiros is one of the
Galapagos over there.
There's no Galapagos over there. And so like so
Greece, there's a lot of islands.
Yes.
Your buddy.
And Skiros was absolutely fucking amazeballs. And the crazy part was, like, you'd be sleeping at like 10 o'clock at night, right? 10 or 11. And like the clubs wouldn't get started till like 2.
What?
That's when they start.
How much cocaine do people do there?
I don't know, but like we were
that's crazy.
In the house, and like at 2 o'clock in the morning, like as soon as the doors open and close to let like people in, it was like loud, quiet, loud, quiet,
oh my
loud. God. So we were just like, fuck this, we're gonna go hang out at the clubs. And so like we had a lot of
clubbing.
we be clubbing. And it was a lot of good times. Like it was
that's like way past my bedtime. I could not hang there.
And it was funny because like I would talk to my parents there, like, what time is it there? And I'm like 3 a.m.
Isn't Miami like
and they were like, wait, you're just waking up at 3 a.m.
Isn't Miami like that? People club till like 8 a.m. in Miami, right?
I mean, I was in Miami like not too long ago. Like, no.
Okay. Maybe it's just my other friend. He parties a lot and he goes there.
I mean, maybe underground parties. Like, I remember those back in the day.
There's some stories.
Yeah, the underground parties. Yeah, like when I got invited to DJ Irene and DJ Ivy and all the underground.
Gosh, that sounds like
dude, it was so much.
When we were young.
I know.
Fuck. When we were young.
I hate being old.
I slept funny the other night and my wrist hurt for like 3 days. Why are we like this? I drink plenty of milk, okay? My bones, like my body cracks when I turn. Yeah, it's wild.
No, I know. Like I understand. Like it's terrible. Like damn things I used to do. Like this was nothing.
Mm-hmm.
This was like child's play. Like
okay, but nowadays people like the kids are getting into things way younger. Way younger. Yeah. Like I was so innocent compared to the kids of today's. Yeah. Oh,
were you?
Yeah.
Were you?
Were
you really?
Right? You can't believe it, but it's true. People can't
Describe
believe it.
that innocence.
I was so innocent. No, only oral. I didn't like
Only oral.
Okay. No, it's a joke. No, but I was I
fuck
literally
with
don't think I had my first kiss until I was like I was a junior, but that was like just a little peck. My first kiss really wasn't until I was a senior almost. So I was a little baby. I was so innocent. If a guy liked me, I was like, I don't know what to do with you. Bye.
I'm the same way.
Yeah.
Females. I'm like, fuck, I don't know what to do.
My guy friends would always like in high school, they'd always start liking me, and I'm like, well, we can be friends or nothing at all. Bye. I've like bloomed way later. I was just not into guys. I just wanted to be cool. Like I just wanted to be goobers together. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
So what's your favorite hobby or pastime?
Listening. I like live music.
Live music.
That's like my jam. Like that's my therapy. It's when I'm really happy outside of going to the lake. But like it's probably.
I know it's funny because like you are.
I'll go listen to music by myself.
Yeah.
I dance by myself. You know, I went to my doctor and because I'm getting fat, fluffy. Let's just say fluffy. And my doctor was like, "Well, get more active." And she was like, "Dance." And I was like, "I already do that." She's like, "Dance more." So I'm dancing more. But no, I do love to dance. But that's another reason why I like to go listen to music, because I will listen to music and dance. But it's like not just listening to music; it's like feeling the music. You know.
That was my thing. I was like, when I built the system downstairs, I'm like, it's not about like listening and watching a movie. It's experiencing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, when I build something, it's not about like this. It's about the big picture. Now it's funny you mentioned that because like when I built that system downstairs, I'm like, no, you're gonna experience this from like fucking literally head to toe.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's definitely one of your building things. Is one of your hobbies.
I love building.
Yeah, I like to paint. That's a good one.
I know. I saw your thing about like
coloring.
I hate this color. Like this motherfucker. Like this blue shit sucks.
The blue ruined it.
And I'm like looking at him like, going, what the fuck is she talking about? I'm like, the blue, like what?
I'm coloring like I'm 8 years old. I love it though.
I know, but it was funny, and like I'm calling you out on it like, right now because I've seen it.
Look, I used to be really good at art. Like I've had an art project one time. It was featured in a little like museum at near my like neighborhood back in the day when I was a little kid. They had like this little art gallery thing, and my piece was featured.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, I'm actually good at something.
That's so sweet.
Not anymore, but no, I like to paint.
No, like it was actually like I would like no bullshit, like no stick aside. Like, all y'all motherfuckers gonna be hating on me.
You know what would be fun?
What?
Have you seen those videos where the friends or the couples, they have the little canvases and they paint each other and then they reveal the picture at the end?
Yeah.
How fun would that be if like we did one of those while on a podcast and then revealed at the end?
Ooh, I'm a shitty painter.
That's the great thing about it. You're not supposed to be good. It makes it even better whenever you do the reveal. You're like, wow, but it's hilarious. It's hilarious. I love that trend. It's so funny. I'm like, I want to
like
my friend.
Like you have an amazing idea, but like I terrible. Like that's my one.
Now I want to see you paint. We're gonna
I-
go do paint.
I
strips.
can do digital. I can do everything outside of painting. Like painting to me, like
What about Play-Doh?
maybe I can rock some goddamn Play-Doh.
That's where it's at. Play-Doh is where it's at.
But like, yeah, like if you're wanting me to do like, no,
Yeah.
ah.
Yeah. No.
But no, I as somebody like I have no ego. I have no like I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to see. I'm willing to understand. I'm willing to like. Wow, this person presented that. I'm like, that's
Amen.
fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And like to me, like I learn from that. I'm like, I take these different things that my friends or whatever have done. I'm like, okay, like
They have their strengths and you have yours.
yeah. And my strengths on the business side of things. I'm like going, okay, like
It's what makes us unique.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot. What I've learned is like not a lot of people have that business sense.
Yeah.
That business is like, and that's why a lot of people come to me. They're like, yeah, we have this idea, we have this, that, and the other, but like we don't have the business background.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, well, that's why you came to me. It's like I have the business background, I have the longevity, I have had all that. Like,
but people have to be taught how to think in a business way, you know, and some people just don't know that.
Yeah.
So they just hire people like you.
But my thing is like I want to explain. I want to like I want. At the end of the day, if I'm on a page, and they're not on the same page.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're gonna be arguing back and forth.
Yeah.
Because of like you're on a different level of a different page, and I'm on a different and I want you to see where I'm at and where we're going, and like let's do this. Like,
because then
it's
you're
collaborative.
Butt heads the whole time.
Yes, and like you want to be collaborative. Like you want to be like, let's be on the same page.
That's all I do for work is collaborate. How can we help you and you help us? Let's work together. Business.
I love it.
Mm-hmm. Find their problems, figure out what the problems are, and then find the solution.
Girl, you just hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
Every fucking company.
Yeah, that's true.
In the entire world.
Yeah,
you literally.
But that's all part of marketing. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, if you're talking to someone building rapport, you want to ask them questions that are going to lead them to figuring out what the problem is and how you can be that solution.
Here's the thing. Do the owners of these companies, do they even understand what their problem is?
Sometimes they don't.
No, they don't.
They don't?
It's not sometimes.
Most of the time.
I was going to say, it's...
I mean, okay, for example, I've gone to schools and be like, hey, this is the statistics for kids that are cutting these days. And they're like, we don't have that problem. No, you definitely have that problem.
Oh, yeah. If the statistics are,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, so no, you're right. They don't.
Oh, I hate that. I like that. That would drive me like literally bonkers.
Yeah, they're like, please, kids need help.
I'm like, oh, you live in a dystopian.
And then you have like families who like want to just give you their kid and be like, fix my kid. It's like you are doing, like you're also doing this at home, so this needs to be fixed as well. You know, like worked on. But they're like, we don't have, you know, like it's like no, it's on all sides. It's a family thing.
Yeah.
So just like a business.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta attack it from
there?
every angle.
Yeah. See what I did there?
What did you do?
See what I did there? I was like, business, families, they're a unit. Same thing.
I know, and don't try, don't try to like incorporate those, like, cause that's been my biggest folly. Is because like I try to like compare everything as a business, and like people are like,
Yeah.
no, you can't do that. I'm like, yes, I can.
Yeah. Because you're thinking of it in a logical way.
I'm not thinking of it in a emotional. I'm
Mhm.
thinking of it in a logic
Logical.
based on data and based on verifiable parameters
Yeah.
that prove my point.
Right.
And it's like, and to me, I'm like, I don't care about being right or wrong.
Yeah.
And whereas a lot of people that like,
I
get
can
in-
admit that I'm wrong too.
exactly, but like, there's a lot of people that like get into the field and they can't ever be wrong.
No. Yeah.
And it's like, well,
Mhm.
you will never expand. You will never
No,
grow.
you'll never
you will,
grow. That
yeah, you will never like. If you
so
think,
frustrating.
if you think that you're never gonna be wrong, then like, you done fucked up.
Yeah. Seriously, you'll never grow from that.
No, exactly. And I'm like,
Either.
that's not the type of where I'm at. I'm like, no, I want to grow. I want to expand
Yeah.
my boundaries. I want to expand my thinking. I want to expand, like,
Yeah.
even to the audience.
Yeah.
Expand.
And also learn from other people
Yeah.
and other businesses.
And this is what I love about having these guests and stuff in here. So I'm like,
Mhm.
you're not just learning from me, you're learning from everybody that's here.
Yeah. I learned a lot even today.
Yeah.
Today I learned what worm grunting was.
Worm grunting.
It's really like worm charming, but it's worm grunting. You charm the worm if you're a fisher or whatever. You know?
I mean, I'm a fisher, but like,
like I watched this video and my friend who lives out in the country, and he like had this stick, and I thought he was trying to start a fire because he was like rubbing the sticks together, and I was like, oh, he's just trying to start a fire. But he was doing it on the ground, and then all of a sudden these worms come up. And it's like, okay, so apparently if you create vibrations on the ground above worms, they think there's like a predator coming, so they'll surface to get away from it, and you can catch a bunch of worms that way. We need to teach our kids this.
Oh, our kids? We have kids together?
Teach our kids, the youth of our generation, what worm grunting and charming.
Jackie, you need to tell the rest of the audience.
Well, I already have Gilbert here, so. And my friends and I love like how funny I am with my fluff. Like Gilbert, it's so funny because I should have never named it because it's stuck around. But like I have Gilbert, and I have a best friend. Hers is Fat Bastard, and we just laugh. Like we'll be at the gym, and all of a sudden her and I'm like, still working on Gilbert here. And I'm just embrace it, It's like until it's gone, I'm just gonna embrace it and have fun with it,
That's awesome.
We should love our bodies.
You should.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't you?
No,
Hey.
definitely love it.
You're an amazing person.
Thank you. You are too.
You are. Like, hey,
Yeah.
I really appreciate you being here.
Oh, yeah.
You're an amazing person. Like,
Thanks.
I'm like,
Thanks for
you're
having me.
spilling like a lot of info, like that. Hopefully, is sinking into a lot of people.
Well, for me, it's like, let's be real.
Yeah.
Real talk. Let's
No,
have real talk.
And that's what I love about you, because like
Yeah.
you and I, like when we conversate, it's real.
We can talk about.
We're not like.
talk about.
There was never one thing that I've ever said to you that offended you. And
No.
There's not one thing that you've said to me that offended me.
No. Yeah. No.
And I'm like,
And I don't
I'm
never
like-
do that on purpose either. Yeah, I would never do that on purpose either.
yeah,
But like, we can also talk about real life shit
yeah, exactly,
and just roll with it.
yeah.
Like, I think as soon as I got here, you and I were just like going on, like rambling.
I know. I was like, we were like literally bullshitting before.
if this had been recording before the show, it would have already been a good show.
Oh yeah, like the things we were talking about, like we were literally just like
Spitballing. Squirrel. But like really awesome squirrels.
No, exactly. Like we were talking about like so many
Yeah.
things. I'm like, oh god damn, like
Yeah. No, and the cool thing is, like, I think you and I are both very similar in that if someone has a different view or opinion, like, we're not going to hate each other for it.
no. Like me, I'm like I value that
Yeah.
opinion because I'm like going, oh, that differs from mine, differs from yours, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like going, all right, let's expand. Like
Yeah.
let's build. Let's experience.
Right.
Like to me, I'm like going, a lot of people like pushing this shit to the side. I'm like,
Yeah.
no, me, I'm like, bring it.
Let's
bring
talk.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Talk
let's.
about it. Did you hear about this? Did you hear about
Yeah, I'm like, bring it on.
Well, we kind of talked about that a little bit before. I mean, about the recent events that happened.
All right. Do you want to talk about the whole assassination attempt?
Yeah.
All right, let's dive into it.
Because we mentioned it early how like why it took so long for someone to take the guy down. You know, is it staged? People are like, oh, this is. A lot of people are thinking that this is something planned or staged.
What?
First of all, staged by who? And people have been like, oh, well, Trump set this up to get votes. And I'm like, why? He was almost killed. Literally, he turned his head.
It's irrelevant of like who is perpetrating.
But at some point, I'm like, how does that thought even cross your mind? Like, why would somebody do that?
Because the fact of where that shooter was and where the fucking
your eyes like literally twitching right now.
I'm like going like literally they were staring at each other.
They were,
and I'm like going, how does this motherfucker not see this motherfucker?
And how does the
I'm
guy
like going, what the fuck is
and
going on?
the cop who saw him? Why didn't he just
Yes.
down right then and there on the ladder? And why are these people not being called out?
There's to your point, this is where I have a huge fucking problem with everything that happened.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist or whatever, blah blah, but I'm like going, there's so many fucking inconsistencies.
Mm-hmm.
What? I'm on neither party side.
Right.
I'm looking at the Canadian snipers that are that have the highest kill rate of anybody ever in the entire world, and they're going, it's an inside job.
Ugh.
And I'm like going, like, well, why does he feel that way? And then I look, like, even before he said that, I looked at where this fucker was, 'cause I have video footage of it. I actually have, because I am actually accredited news organization and news source. I have accreditation, so I have the footage. But the thing is, I'm like going, this motherfucker was on this roof.
Yeah.
There was a cop that spotted this guy on the roof.
Right. Like the math ain't mathin'.
And the thing is like, even Secret Service, I've seen their weapons. They're fucking literally.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't.
Yeah.
None of my logic, none of my brain power, none of my.
What? How does this happen? And for people,
how do you have 20 fucking people film this motherfucker climbing here?
Yeah. It's mind blowing. And then the fact for people to be like, oh, well, he shouldn't have missed. It's like, how can you even say that and wish death upon someone because you don't agree with his views? I could never. And just for, someone died, a father. I think it was Corey Comperator, is his name.
Yeah.
He was a fire chief. He was a dad. He was a hero. I mean, come on. Like, why would someone stage that? It was sad. I cried. I literally cried.
Aww.
I can't, like, it just makes me sad, like, where we've caught, where we've gone. Like, just where we've gone in the world. How, like, much hate there is now and division. You know what I mean?
No, I know exactly what you mean. So I wanted to see your. I wanted to see. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a dark place. There's a lot of corruption, and I don't know, I would just hate. Like, there's no reason why we should get to the point where someone's assassinating anyone, Trump, Biden, whoever.
Right.
So the fact that we even got, I'm like, really? And like,
Yeah.
It makes me fear like if Trump wins, like what's going to happen? How are people going to react? Because there's so much hate for this man.
Yeah.
Scary.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
So what do you think?
I mean, I think that he has a chance, but they're going to do whatever they can to stop him.
I'm asking what you think. I don't care about.
I think we could get into a civil war.
So what does that mean?
I mean, we're going to be against each other.
Who's we?
The people.
The people, what, left, right?
Yeah, like everyone. We're going to be, I mean, we're already right now, we have immigrants here, which that's a huge issue in itself. Violence has increased, drugs have increased. We're working our asses off, struggling with inflation, while people are getting free shit every day. It makes me mad.
So what do you think?
I think we're fucked. I think God is the only one that can save us right now, and I feel bad for saying that after I said we're fucked. But like, we need to. It's my like, I'm a religious person, but like, I feel like at this point, I think like God is like really gonna have to step in here. As wild as that sounds. So, of course, my sister's calling me.
Oh,
she always does that. Like when I'm in the middle of everything, I'm like, she knows.
I'll bring her in.
No, it's like funny because my do not disturb is on, and if like people will call, and it's like, oh, her do not disturb, she'll still do it. So frustrating. At least I'm not masturbating this time.
I mean,
so wait, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think
about
the whole situation?
Wow, this is tough because as a business owner, knowing the previous things that have happened and knowing the fact that he's like literally paying $700 for fucking his taxes.
Yeah.
That really pissed me off like 10 ways from Sunday because like I'm like going, I'm paying $17,000 in fucking taxes and this motherfucker is paying $7,000. So like where I got angry and stuff is because the rest of America and the rest of the world is not on the level of what I'm paying and what I'm doing, and because they're not business owners like I am and like he is.
Yeah.
And so like we're not on the same level of comparison because like these people are like, oh, you know, I worked a restaurant job and I worked this, that, and the other, and I like, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, so you had to pay what, $1,000 for fucking your taxes?
Right.
I'm paying fucking $20,000 for my fucking.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I'm like going, and when he talked about like him paying $700 for his fucking taxes.
Wait, who is he?
Donald Trump.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, when he talked about like, yeah, all I paid was $750 for I was like, I lost my shit. Because I'm like, I go, I've been running multiple businesses for a long time. And I go,
thousands of
never once have I ever paid $750 and walked away and like didn't get audited. I'm like going,
seriously? Wow. That's a different perspective. I haven't thought about it like that. That's interesting.
Yeah, so like, and that's where I was literally like, fuck him and fuck everything he stands for.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I've made
business side.
Yeah, the business side, because like I know how many millions and how many I've accumulated and how much I've had to pay because of that. And when I see somebody else that has done less and has to pay less.
Yeah.
And I'm like going, wait, what? Wait, how the
You
fuck
put
is he?
a lot of money in.
How is he paying less? And we're at the same level of like,
Yeah.
and I'm just like going, oh, this is where I got really.
Maybe I did mine wrong because last year I made the least amount of money I've ever made, and I paid more taxes than I've ever had to pay.
Yeah.
Maybe.
No, and that's the.
I don't even own any business.
But to your point, that's what happened to me this year. So like, I literally like I made less this year because of the COVID and everything else that happened. You know what I mean? So like, I took a loss, took an L on that.
That changed a lot of things. A lot of things. COVID did, of course.
Yeah, it did. And I mean, like, I literally survived COVID by playing the stock market.
Really?
Yeah.
I was still like going to the lake.
You're like,
it's like, if you think about it, Devin,
yeah.
The lake is one of the best places to be during COVID because you're isolated on a boat with like 3 people, and you're in a cove and you're hanging out away from people. Come on.
But it's not a good place if you want to make money.
That's true. That's true.
I love you. You're not wrong.
During
Everything
COVID,
you're
still
saying
make money
is
because
absolutely right.
Everybody during COVID went remote, so still make money on the lake.
Well, depending on what their investment.
But depending on what you're doing.
Yeah. What they're like. I survived because I had good investment.
Yeah.
I
need to learn that, the stock market. I need to learn.
It's
or like investing.
I mean, I make a lot of fucking money. I make 6 fucking figures.
But have you like ever made a move and you're like, fuck, that was wrong, and you lost
all the fucking time, girl? That's hello, welcome to the stock market.
Yeah, it's all a gamble.
Hello,
that's seriously, it's all a gamble.
So we literally joke about like,
yeah,
when is the casino open?
Oh my god, I went to Choctaw Casino for a conference and I gambled. I tried the slots because my granny used to love penny slots. I think I lost $40 in like 2 minutes. I was like, how do people sit here all day long and do this? How?
Oh, girl.
Yeah.
I made so much.
You make money from it? From slots or what? Poker?
All of the above, yes.
Oh. Where'd you learn that?
It's looking at actually, this works in the stock market too. It's looking at patterns. So like, if you're playing like a slot machine, you look at the pattern. How many times they hit, and you like literally count on your hand. You go, hit once, hit twice, hit 3 times, hit 4 times, whatever, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And the thing is like, and you gauge those hits of when you gauge them on major or minor hits.
Yeah.
So like, okay, so like I had 1 minor hit in 5 transactions. Like,
yeah,
I'm out.
You're out. So you're on to the next, and then you start over with more money. Yeah. After you lost 40.
So like it depends. Like, everybody has like, and I have like with like
slots?
No, not slots. Investments. And then with slot machines and everything else. Like, I have different philosophies for different things.
Okay.
So depending on what you want to talk about.
I think the best thing you can invest in is land. Land and property.
Real estate. Yeah. Yeah.
Real estate.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Like, forget stocks, forget crypto, Bitcoin, whatever. Land, property.
Property, yes, you're right. And I belong to a lot of groups that have property in and around the DFW area.
Yeah.
And I wish that I could have like a group of us.
Yeah.
To come together and be like, hey, we're willing.
Uh-oh. What was that?
Son of a motherfucker.
What was that? What happened?
Oh, we lost connection. Hold
Really? Did the dog do that?
on.
We're still rolling. It says live 4 hours.
No, I'm like,
Holy cow. We can talk all day, literally.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
We can float all day. We can dangle all day.
Oh,
All
we
day.
be dangling.
Dangling.
Fuck, now I'm gonna like realize like, okay, where the fuck is
It's still rolling. People just can't see me.
son of a biscuit?
How's that work?
I don't know. I'm trying to fucking figure this. Like, hold on, goddamn.
Yeah. My sister's trying to get on the chat.
Oh
I guess
yeah.
people are having trouble actually getting on and logging in.
Fuck, I'm so fucked up right now.
Like, what are you drinking over there?
A lot.
YOLO, right?
YOLO.
We're rolling.
Oh, son of a biscuit.
Is it just the connection, the internet connection? There you go. Look at that.
I'm turning these bitches on manually.
Turn these bitches back on. That is so funny. Do you have like a breaker?
Oh, motherfucker.
Oh, okay.
Turn it back on,
This is-
motherfucker.
That's like whenever it started, like whenever it turned everything on, I was like, the lights are just coming on automatically. It was so freaky. I was like, this place is haunted. What did I get myself into? But I think that's cool though, haunted places. Some of my favorite shows are like haunting shows.
I love haunting shows.
I know, The Haunting.
Yeah.
I could sit all day and watch The Haunting. Wait, I could also sit all day and watch House Hunters. House Hunters and The Haunting. What a combination.
Nice.
Yeah. Look at you.
All
You
right.
are mainly doing this. That's fancy. You really have like the whole setup here. I just want to tell everyone that they have everything prepared for me when I got here, even gas relief. It's like if I have issues with my gas, I've got relief right in front of me. It's hilarious. Thank you for the prop.
They're fucking amazing. I love this shit out of you.
I'm covered. You guys covered all the bases.
All right, we'll slowly zoom this shit in.
Like
Oh.
Yeah.
There we go. We'll keep zooming this shit in. No, motherfucker.
You keep talking.
All right,
It wants to focus on you. Yeah, I have like my little swivel chair over here. I was getting real comfortable on. I even have like what is that little red thing? Oh, you have like an easy popper over there.
Yeah, it's like.
That thing is fancy.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Zoom it in.
Zoom it in. How you doing?
I love it.
Shit, this motherfucker
Minor-
be like
minor-
way fucking far away. All right,
Yeah,
motherfucker.
you're so far.
I know. I'm
you're
like,
so
come on,
far.
motherfucker. Yeah. Zoom.
Where's your bottle at? I've got this thing.
Oh yeah. I mean, that thing looks amazing.
I like to stay hydrated. I told you I did you a favor.
I know.
Adderall today.
You did.
So I was like, okay, I took my Adderall so I can kind of focus and pay attention, but it still gets squirrely.
So, who are your biggest influencers and role models?
My dad.
Your dad?
My dad's like my hero. He's such a good role model.
How? Why?
He is the kind of guy who, no matter what happens or how someone's gonna fuck with you or fuck you up, like he's still gonna do the right thing. Like he taught me my work ethic. He taught me my having integrity, doing the right thing, just being a good person. And if you can't do something, you figure it out. He instilled a lot of that in me, and he like led by example. So
Nice.
yeah, so I know he's not famous or anything, but he's definitely
Nobody
one
said
of-
anything about
yeah,
being
he's
famous.
one of my biggest influences, and he's definitely an amazing role model. So
That's awesome.
yeah, I love my daddy.
Like anybody, like, yeah, like no, like that's absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, because people get selfish, and they just do what benefits them. And my dad could have done that many times in his life, and he chose not to. He chose to do the right thing,
So
and he
what?
would get screwed over.
So what do you think? Like, what made your dad think that way? Like,
He was
what,
raised in the old-fashioned country boy. Like, I think the worst thing he ever did was TP a house. Like, he was a kid. Yeah. His parent. I mean, he got whooped as a kid.
Yeah.
I was whooped as a kid. I'm not abused.
Didn't we all?
I didn't think I was abused or anything. I was like, oh my god, I learned respect. I learned manners.
I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. I learned being.
Give it to me, Daddy.
respectful.
What?
I learned being respectful and doing the right thing. No, yeah, I think that's where he got it from. So, like, I think that's why, like, if I ever have kids, like, I will probably be very old fashioned too. I want to teach them, yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, doing the right thing and why. We don't get that instilled in our kids that much these days.
So you want to have kids?
Someday, maybe.
Yeah.
Don't look at me like that.
How are you doing?
Think about it. Like, maybe they would.
Oh.
They would be so funny.
No,
if I had a kid-
no drama.
If I had a kid, they'd be so funny.
I mean, I can imagine.
Yeah. And athletic, like they would have like, I'd have like D1 babies.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's gonna be A1. A1 sauce.
Oh my god.
I love it.
Oh man. Who knows what the future holds?
Exactly. You don't even know.
Yeah. I've thought about I have a friend who, and I like admire her so much for this, but she was just done waiting around to have kids. So she is doing it herself. She did IVF. And I'm like, that is so brave. Like, so incredibly brave. And such a process. And
Yeah.
I don't think I could do that personally. So I like balls for her, like props to her, because that is so cool. Like, that's hard. Kids are a lot, man.
I know.
They're a lot. They take a lot of work. They're expensive. You don't sleep as much. I already don't sleep.
So they're not much like us, right?
I joke about baby boarding school, and like if I ever have kids, like they'll go to baby boarding school because I don't know what you need when you're crying. They won't remember it. They'll send them to baby boarding school, come back when they're cool. But be my blood, But I love my sister's kids, my nephews. They're so amazing. But when they were kids, like if I was like hanging out with them and holding them, as soon as they start crying, I'm like, all right, they're yours. You can have it back. And you know what's funny too? Like babies, I had this conversation the other day too. People have babies, and a lot of people are like, oh my god, your baby is so cute. Dude, not all babies are cute. Some people have ugly ass babies. Okay, sometimes your baby's
ugly. Fuck you and your ugly baby.
Yeah, seriously. Sometimes they're just not cute. But yeah, no.
You're not wrong.
Someday, but I could see myself adopting someday. I could.
All right, so
Yeah.
I looked into adopting.
You did, yeah.
I did.
And
because I'm
where are you going?
really
Okay.
because I'm a single guy.
Yeah.
Kids, never married.
Yeah.
They were like, no, you can't. I'm like,
Oh wow.
but I can provide everything.
Yeah.
Everything. I'm like going.
So if you haven't,
Where
yeah. So if you haven't seen it already, though, there is the reason why I actually thought about it was, for one, I don't know if I'm gonna have kids, but two is I watched this movie called The Sound of Hope, and it's the true story of Possum Trot, where basically a small town family from Possum Trot, Texas. I think it's East Texas. And a pastor and his wife decided to adopt some kids. She had like this sign, like God spoke to her and was like, you need to adopt kids. And so they went to CPS and they were like, we want the kids that nobody wants. And it showed like the hardships they went through, but they never gave up. You know, they never gave up, and they would pray and worship, and it made me want to go to a gospel church too. But because it just looked fun, and the spirit was there. But it really made me think about it, and it was like, you know what? So this family, it's based on a true story, so you can look it up. I'm not giving away the movie. The plot tells everything, but they adopted all these kids. The church community adopted all these kids. And what ended up happening was by the time they had gone through the system, they no longer had kids available for adoption within the community there or within 100 miles of that community. It was absolutely amazing. So if you haven't seen The Sound of Hope, the true story of Possum Trot, you should go see it. And it might make you think of adopting. It was a really beautiful story, actually.
Word.
Yeah, word.
So have you tried to adopt?
No, God no. No, I haven't. Like, I don't want to be. Like, I don't. For one, I can barely support myself and with the world right now. Though I can, you know, a kid would be a lot, very hard. Mm-hmm. I would want to do that with a partner, for sure.
Yeah.
But who knows? I don't know. Maybe one day. But right now, no.
Okay. All right.
But I would, you know, it's something to think about. I think being a single parent, mom or dad, is really difficult.
And you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Whether you're a single mom or a single dad, you know, props to you because that's hard.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a lot of energy. I mean, you're doing it by yourself. It's expensive. You're not always getting child support or whatever, you know. But it's hard being that, you know, that only person.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can raise them the way you want to, I guess. Like when I'm dating someone, your parenting style is a big deal for me. If you don't discipline your kids, and I'm not talking about like hitting them or whatever. Like not everybody believes in spankings. That's fine. But the way, as long as you do discipline your child if they mess up, like that's important because they need to learn to respect. Because otherwise you're going to get spoiled brats who are entitled, you know.
Yep.
People struggle with like being that tough love parent. They want to be their best friend. That's hard though.
No, you can't be their best fuck.
You can't, but people, I'm saying like it's that's a struggle for a lot of people because when you're a single parent, you know.
Yeah, I know. I've been there, done that, experienced it. That's why I was asking your perspective.
Dogs are my kids for now.
Yeah, they listen way fucking better.
And then all my friends' kids and my sister's kids. It's like I can have fun with your kids and then go live my
life. Yeah.
I've talked to people though who are, you know, getting a divorce or are divorced and they split, you know, custody. And I feel for them because I see and they express to me that like mom guilt or dad guilt of like enjoying that time away from their kid or just needing time away from their kid. And it's like, no, that's healthy. That's important. You need your time too.
Yeah.
Like don't feel guilty for needing to have your alone time in your space and then like being able to enjoy yourself outside of doing 6-year-old things, you know? Yeah. So like, I know that like people need to give themselves grace for that because you got to live your own life too.
Yeah, I mean, you got to live your own life, but you also got to balance that, like that life of that person that you brought into this world.
Yeah.
So, Jackie, like, let me ask you.
You're fucked up, man. You're fucked up.
I am not fucked up.
It's so funny. I love it.
So how do you bring said child?
Well,
without the drama, the bullshit, and
you can do a sperm donor, which I watched a documentary just recently about 1,000. A guy who has 1,000 kids. I think he actually has 500 kids, but he's yeah. He's just like a regular sperm donor.
So let me just explain something to you.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the girls I dated had in vitro.
Yeah. My mom did IVF.
Yeah. Well, it was IVF. It wasn't my.
Right.
And yeah.
But was it successful?
It was successful. The IVF, the baby was absolutely like.
Are you saying you're a daddy?
Shut your. I was at that time, yes.
Okay, I see. Oh man, no, my friend, one of my good friends, he just had a little boy, and I called him to congratulate him, and he called me back, and I was like, "Hey, daddy." And he was like, "That's something different now, huh? Sounds a bit different." And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "It's the real thing now." I only have one daddy. That's it, just one. I just have one. I'm good with that.
So, the girl I dated, she was supposed to be just like help me out, like finding an area to live in San Antonio.
Okay.
Because all my director friends and all my like producer film people were like, "Oh yeah, you're moving to fucking the world's most deadliest."
Yeah.
Like what do they call it? The
I don't know. I'm behind.
yeah,
What do they call it? Is San Antonio?
drive-by shooting capital of the world.
Oh, okay. Really?
Yeah, they call it like they literally called it drive-by shooting capital of the world, and I'm like going,
didn't know that.
and I'm fucking moving there.
Oh
I'm like
my
going,
God, no.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. So I'm like
Did
going.
you ever experience a drive-by shooting when you were there?
I did not. I made sure to have a gated, guarded community when I
you probably carry, right?
I didn't at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, it was a gated, guarded community.
There you go.
Yeah, so
Especially if you're moving somewhere like that.
but even still, like looking back on it, I'm like going, I would never in a million years move back there.
I wouldn't.
I'm like taking current state, current property and everything. I was like, never in a fucking million years.
Here. You got your 7 cars. You got your tortoises in the back. You've got your little exotic animal corner over there that you're setting up. You're by the lake. I mean, you got a good setup here.
I do. I literally, legitimately, like, I love where I live, and I hate the fact that I deal with
your neighbor.
Are
they listening?
Fucking cocksuckers.
They know about your podcast.
I'm like, I am very.
Tell me, I want to know, Devin, how did you start your podcast and why? Why did you were like, let's start a podcast?
So I built this whole entire podcast and everything in this whole studio based on like one of my buddies had anxiety issues.
Yeah.
He had very bad like anxiety and like things that were like traumatic to him, like they were going to end him into the hospital.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, this is a perfect opportunity to exercise and get out all the things that he's been harvesting and like all the like anger, animosity, and yada yada.
Yeah.
I'm not like that. Like me, I don't need an outlet. Like I don't need it. Like, but for other people, I was like going, this is the perfect outlet. Like, like when Patrick and I would talk on the phone, we would talk for like 2 to 3 hours.
Dang.
And so I'm like going, dude, like we're literally talking 2 to 3 hours. I'm like, why are we not?
Yeah.
Like, some of the conversations we had was like when I was talking about like the human trafficking and stuff like that. Some of the conversations we had, like an hour of it was about the human trafficking and stuff. I'm like going,
It's a real problem.
well, like why are we not talking about this stuff like that? So that's when like I built the whole entire studio.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, this is a perfect opportunity to like have Patrick like just expel all the things that are irritating, frustrating, and yada yada yada.
Right.
And that hits the name, the Frustration Unlimited, because I was like,
Yeah.
hey, everybody's got frustrations. Everybody's just like
everybody.
Yeah, like just like, do we have a platform to release it? Yes,
Yeah.
you do, right here.
There you go. Yeah,
Yeah.
got a great setup. So
And that was like the whole ordeal, and like that's how this podcast started and stuff. It was like it was helped to rectify his.
Sometimes it's nice to just talk about something and just let it out.
Yes, and that's exactly where we are. Like we talk about things to like let it out, air it out, put it out the ether,
Release,
and then like, hey,
yeah.
If y'all want to come with a solution, bring it.
Bring it on. Yeah.
Bring it on. Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome.
And that's where we are. Like, hey, like, no solution is a bad solution.
Yeah.
Like, bring it.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
And you guys y'all have what, 200? This is 213 episodes.
Yeah.
You guys have had a lot of discussions about different topics. I love how you don't just stick to one kind of theme. Kind of it's across the board, no limitations.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, like we literally like want to help everybody. Like everybody's going through some different struggles.
Yeah.
And so I was like, how can we like?
This is your way to like unwind a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good.
And I love like bringing all these ideas, all these different people from different aspects and different.
Yeah.
You know, like, hey.
Yeah.
What can we do different?
Right.
Like how can we improve?
What do you want to talk about? What do you want to hear about?
Yeah.
Discussions.
And that's the challenge. Like
I think that's like what a lot of people do for podcasts anyways. They want to talk about certain things, but you have people who interview just to be like, I've seen certain podcasts where why is my voice cracking right now? Like, what is happening?
That's all on you, baby boo.
Okay, but no, like they'll just make fun of the person. I'm like, why? Like, what's the point of that? Like, I love that your podcast is just real. Like, you guys talk about real shit. You know, it's not just like fake.
Yeah, like we're not about like we're all about like the realism and like you know, and that's the thing.
Real frustrations.
Yeah.
Real life shit.
Real life shit.
Yeah. I like you guys can talk about things that nobody else wants to talk about.
And that's the thing, is like
but they want to talk about what they can't talk about.
Right, and like that's the thing where we're at, like where we can talk about shit that like nobody else wants to speak about. But it's like
because it makes you so frustrated. How do you relieve your stress, Devin? What's your self-care?
My self-care is depending on how high level of stress that is.
Yeah.
Either walk the fuck out of here.
Not talking about arguing, like no arguing. Talking about like just
just like
day,
because
your Range Rover.
I am like I don't have.
There's not one way that just like one thing that you can do where you're just like, okay, I feel better instantly.
Like with me, like it's layers. I don't feel better about anything until things are resolved. And like my thing is like I can't sleep at night until I know for a fact that like X problem over here is solved.
Right.
or why a problem over here is solved.
Yeah.
And so like
You have a lot of problems, Devin.
I don't have a lot.
That's good.
I know. My problems work themselves out.
Takes themselves out. Well, that's a good thing.
No, but it's funny you asked that. Like, yeah, you know, it's like, damn, man, like all this shit going on. Like, yeah, like it's a lot. It is a lot.
Yeah, because if you leave that and it like boils up and it's just gonna build and build and build. And those are emotions. And, you know what I mean? Kind of like we talked about earlier. Like you gotta release that shit. So you talk about it. And that's what you and Andy do.
Yeah.
Yeah. For however long you guys I love that though, men talking to each other about shit.
Well, I mean, us men don't really.
You don't?
No.
You know, like, man, my girl usually bothers stressing me out today. She's frustrating.
No, because like with him, he's like,
Get over it.
no, he's like his fiance, and like he doesn't want anything to do with.
Nah, none of it. So he didn't give you like advice, manly advice.
If he did, I would never in a million trillion years
He would
accept it.
take it. You like back off.
Yeah. I'm just being honest. Like
Yeah.
you ask questions, I'm like,
I have girls who give me really good advice. I'm like, huh? No, that's actually really good. Yeah.
I'm literally like, no bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm
My
pretty,
girls put me in my place. They tell me what's up.
Yeah.
I love that. I'm so thankful. And sometimes I might have to like really. Sometimes it sucks. I'm like, well, shit, sucks. Like I literally, you're right. I need to be accountable for that and more self-aware. Like I said, they put me in my place and call me out. And I'm like, maybe I didn't think about that or I was denying it. You know?
We're being naive.
Yeah. For
Yeah.
sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens. I'm so gullible.
Yeah.
I'm so gullible. It's a problem. It's really embarrassing, actually. Oh man, yeah. And things like sometimes just I have like little blonde moments like fly over my head.
Shut the fuck up.
It's so
You're
funny.
so lying.
No, it's so funny. It's so
You're
funny.
so lying.
You'd be like, oh, I'm in the National Guard. I'm like, oh, tell me about it. Tell me about it. Like they tell me, they could sit there and tell me a whole story. I'd be like, oh my god. And then at some point, I'd be like, this is that. But I'd probably believe him for a while. Yeah, it's so bad. It's so bad. It can be embarrassing sometimes too. But I roll with it. Just because I think my sense of humor, you can really roll with anything.
Jackie, you're killing me. You're fucking killing it. I love you, but you're fucking killing it.
That's real. It's real shit. Real shit.
I know, but it. Nah.
You're like, nah.
Yeah, I'm like, it maybe.
Straight through people.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. If you could have one superpower, what would it be?
Oh. What would that be?
That's a good one. What would it be?
What?
Tell me. What would yours be?
You tell me.
Shoot. I didn't even think about it. But if I could have
I know, that's why I'm like, do it now. Come on.
I kind of, I think I would want to be invisible. If I just want to like be like, I don't know, either time travel or just become invisible. Or wait, maybe fly. That's a lot. That's like 3. Those are a lot of superpowers. You know what? Fuck it. I am a superpower. Just being me. That's my superpower.
What, it being you?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me know how that works out for you.
It's a special kind of power that does nothing for anyone. No, yeah. What about you?
I don't know. Like,
What?
what was the question?
What would your superpower? You're done. What superpower would you want to have?
Superpower? What? How?
You're so done. Count to 10. Oh,
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Impressive. I love it. Oh.
All right. God damn. I can't keep contact with all
With what?
with all y'all.
I know. You can't keep contact with all of us?
I know I can't.
What does that mean? That's not a superpower, Devin. There's too many distractions.
Because I hate all of y'all.
Too many distractions in the room.
There's way too many distractions.
Aww.
Bitch.
We've been going for 4.5 hours. I know.
Oh my god.
We're just that entertaining.
Holy shit.
We're just that entertaining.
Oh my god. Are you trying to break the 6.5 hour record?
No, I was just rolling. I'm just rolling with it. You've asked me questions, I'm gonna answer them. Just rolling.
I hate her, but I love her at the same
Why do you hate me?
I hate you because I love you. That's why. I hate you because I love you.
Wow, you're
Wow.
straight love. We've known each other for a long time.
I know, a very,
Very
very,
long
very.
time. Yeah, definitely consider you a really good friend.
Oh. Love you long time.
Past your bedtime.
No, it is. I can't believe we're literally 4 hours and 30.
We were just bullshitting. We were just talking about.
I'm literally beside myself. I'm like
We
going.
just talk forever. Well,
Holy
we can just
fucking Christ.
talk for hours and just dangle.
Dangle. It's all about the dangle.
Yeah, it really is. So true.
If you could have dinner
Mm.
with any 3 people,
3 people.
dead or alive,
Mm.
who would they be?
3 people. That is a good question.
And that's why I asked it.
Yeah. I think. Oh man,
Bring it, baby girl.
that's tough because 3.
Get it.
Like I'd want someone fun. Yeah, I'd want someone fun, but I'd also want someone like I can learn from. Like I don't know why my brain just goes like John Wayne. I don't know why, because he's an actor, so his character isn't really him. You know what I mean? I think. I mean, Marilyn Monroe's pretty cool too, but 3 people dead or alive. I'm gonna say Camille Caustic. 1, she's alive. Love her. Love her energy. Love her vision. Love her. Just the way she's a big role model.
Mm.
And then I would say, oh my god, this is hard. Why'd you ask me a hard question?
So we're 3.5 hours in.
4, dude. 4.
Oh, 4.5.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah.
Wow. It was funny because you asked, like, was your longest episode?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I can talk to a wall, so.
I know.
Funny.
It is.
Let's talk. Yeah, while we were in the bathroom, I was like, just sharing about my experience. That sounded so, like talking about a true story. I can tell funny stories though, but you know,
I know.
I don't always have a funny story.
All right.
I can't think of any more. I mean, I should be able to, but it's late. I can't think of any more. Like I want to say, huh? No, I said Camille Caustic because I like her a lot. She's cool. She's like my girl crush. And then, and like Jason Momoa is my boy crush, but I don't really care to have dinner with him. I think, like, I don't want to hang out with him. I just want to do things to him. That is so bad. No, like Marilyn Monroe's pretty cool. And then who's someone funny? There's people who are really funny. You're like, how are you so funny? You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like, I don't know if you watched the Tom Brady roast, but Nikki Glaser was on point. She was hilarious.
No, I didn't see that.
It was great. I mean, it was great and it was bad. It was embarrassing actually to watch in some parts. They were really hard on him and his ex-wife. They were brutal.
All right, well, fuck them sideways.
Yeah. Okay, I just spit out 3.
All right, love you long time.
Love you long time. Good times. Sip, sip. I tried to send my sister the link.
Oh, where's your little sister at?
I don't know. She called me like 10 times. She's like, why aren't you answering? I'm like, I'm on a podcast.
That's terrible.
Yeah, I know. So bad.
I
Do you ever sleep?
no.